Okay, there we go. I'm recording now. Uh, thanks for that. Okay, yeah. So uh, with the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act, one more time, let me just recap that again. Um, New Jersey Private Well Testing Act states that if the primary source of potable water, drinking water, is coming from a private well, or in some cases an offsite well, that the owner of the property needs to test that well water, and that well water, the buyer or renter needs to sign off that they received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, that contract is not legally binding. That's the purpose of the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act. That's what it states. Okay. And there's all kinds of contaminants that could be found in the water, even if you're out in the middle of country land. It looks like open air, and this is the fresh air. This is the country. This is beautiful, right? Yeah, but it could be farmland where the animal wastes or fertilizers and nitrates and things like that, microorganisms get into the ground. You have from natural forming rocks and stuff, you get radon and arsenic in the ground. And we got underground streams that flow, and they could flow from miles away, underground through the soil. We got water that actually flows through the soil. So the water could be contaminated. If you have a improperly placed septic tank, right? If you got a stream that's flowing through where the septic is, it could contaminate soil with more microorganisms. So we need to make sure that ground is not contaminated. Okay, so which of these videos are the ones I want to play? Treatment options. Damn it. Yeah, 4 videos here. I forget which one I always like to play. Let me go back to the slideshow. Maybe the slideshow, I have it written there. Huh. Yeah, I think it may be this one. I'm not sure. Let me also make sure that maybe I already downloaded it. Pineapple hazards. All right, you know what? Let me just show you some little visuals first to begin with. Let's go through a couple of, I'm going to cycle through a couple pictures before I play this video. It's opening. Let's give it a sec. All right. So you see, we get waste from different places: underground storage tanks that may be leaky, landfills, industry, farmland, and livestock and stuff, septic tanks. They could all flow underneath the dirt, and they could combine, and then they get to that well water where you have your well, and you're pulling that water up from the ground. We do have layers of aquifer tables where the water flows underneath and through the soil, deeper levels. I guess here's a better way to see it. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit. So you see, there's surface water that we could see, but there's also an area where the soil is saturated and the soil is wet. If you dig deep enough, you could get to water. It's also a little survival technique for you too. You ever stuck out in the woods or anything? You guys ever watch those Survivors or Naked and Alive or shows like that? If you have no water around anywhere, how do you get fresh water? You know, if you dig deep enough, the soil works as a great filter. However, if the ground is contaminated, it's not going to help you much. But if you got you know, coarse soil at the deeper levels, that's where you start getting the water starts flowing through these tables here. All right. This is the inside of a well. It's actually like maybe a 4 to 6 inch pipe that goes down into the ground. It could go hundreds of feet down, and then you put a pipe down in that with a pump. Okay, it just looks a little bit nasty because it's maybe a little bit rusted on the outside, but the and a little bit of crap floating on the top, but the water should be clean underneath there, and that's what's pumping out. So arsenic can be found in naturally in rocks. It's not necessarily something that's man-made. Okay, enters the water system. You drink it. It could cause health defects with pregnancy, problems with pregnancy, development in children. It causes cancers. It could cause other issues too that may not be readily apparent, like the cancer. It could cause deformations. It could cause problems with skin lesions, all kinds of issues. So the water has to be tested, especially in this western part of the state over here. So what are your options for reducing exposure? Well, they're showing here in the short term, use bottled water. For the long term, get a filtration system in your house. They get these big tanks, which we're gonna show. I'm gonna show it in a video, so I'm not gonna here explain it. Okay, I mean, it's easy to create a well, pull the water from the ground. It may not be as fresh as you think all the time. Okay. All right. There's another picture of way a well may look. One with the automated pump. So if you see something sticking out of the ground like this, you may they may not be on city water. They may be on well water if you see this outside near the house. But then that tube is going to have to feed towards the house to get the water into the house. So basically, there's a well dug. There's a pipe there. Then they stick another pipe in there that goes down. That's connected to a pump. And it's an electric pump that they drop down into the water to submerge it in the water, and it pumps up the water and then into the house. Okay, here's another cutaway view of that. The way that works. It's submerged, pumps it up, takes it to the house. You got a tank that keeps pressurized, so the pump doesn't always got to be running to keep the pressure on. So when you turn the faucet on, boom, you got pressurized water in the house. Because remember, it's not coming from the city, so you don't got those giant tanks above ground that are pressurizing it, or city electric pumps that are pressurizing that stuff. So you'd have to have your own system that equals out the same thing. But look, if you have a septic tank that's misplaced, this is what I meant by that. You got a septic tank here, and then you got that water that's flowing through the dirt here. And if that's the same area, if you've got your well dug someplace where the water is flowing, like it'd be better off if you've had your well dug on this side and then down here out of the way of where the septic flow is going and getting filtered into the earth. Okay, so that you should get the water tested to find out if it's getting contaminated or not. All right, let's watch the video now. Let me go to the videotape. Let me make sure I got the right one here. I'm not sure if this is the right one, but I'll pull it up. We'll start it out anyway. If it's not, then I'm going to stop the video and then we'll go to the right one. Let me get it playing, and then I'll share it here.
So you found out you have unhealthy levels of
Oh, that's not the right one.
Naturally occurring arsenic in your well water.
That's not the right one. I believe that this one is. You guys can still see the video, right?
Yes.
Is your water clean? Most people would say, after physical inspection of their water, that it looks clean. However, just because your water looks clean doesn't always mean it's safe to drink. Although you can't see contaminants, they can still be present in your water. Drinking untreated water with contaminants such as arsenic, uranium and radium, nitrates, and bacteria over an extended period of time can lead to serious health problems. Children, in particular, are vulnerable to these health risks as their bodies can tolerate a much smaller amount of these contaminants than adults. Elevated arsenic in drinking water has been linked to several cancers, including those of the lungs, skin, and bladder. Exposure to radionuclides or doses of radiation has been linked with various cancers and, in the case of uranium, with kidney disease. Nitrate poisoning is directly tied to blue baby syndrome, a deadly disease affecting the ability of a newborn to carry oxygen in his blood. The consumption of certain microorganisms derived from fecal waste can lead to gastrointestinal or other, more serious illnesses. Sometimes, people believe that boiling water or using a simple tap or bottle filter can eliminate these contaminants, but this is simply not true. Boiling water is good for killing all microorganisms, but for other contaminants, boiling contaminated water will evaporate away the safe water, leaving behind a now more concentrated portion of the contaminated liquid. The only way to keep your water free of contaminants is by testing it, and, if it's contaminated, treating it using specific and individual methods designed to remove the actual contaminants that are in your house water. To determine if your well water is contaminated, call a testing company that tests for the contaminant to test for the most common contaminants found in local groundwater.
Hi, I'd like to test my well water. Great. Yeah, I know I need to test for arsenic, radionuclides, specifically uranium and radium, nitrates, and bacteria. Can you guys do that at your lab? Okay, great. What happens next?
Some testing companies will let you collect your own water samples. Depending on the company, you can either pick up the sampling containers at the lab, or they will be sent to you by mail. Simple instructions will come with the bottles. Remove any screens or filter you may be using in your water system right now. And it's important to run the cold water for 10 minutes before filling the sample bottles, so that any stale water in the plumbing will be flushed out. Fill the sample to the appropriate level, and then bring it to the nearest drop-off point specified by your testing company. Other times, the testing company will come to your house to collect the samples. Once your samples are received by the laboratory, each sample is processed and analyzed with specific instruments following standardized procedures. This couple just...
All right, so I wanna leave this video right here because this video was good for that beginning portion of giving you the explanation. I gotta merge two of these videos here because this other video is the main one I wanted to play, but that one gave a better explanation as far as the contaminants and how to test it work and how to cure the problems.
In many areas of New Jersey, there are naturally high arsenic levels found in the groundwater. The state of New Jersey only requires you to test for arsenic when you are selling a home with a well, but emphasizes the importance of checking your well on a yearly basis, especially if you live in central or northern New Jersey. In this introductory video, we explore the county of Hunterdon and how its citizens feel about their water and the steps they have taken to make sure their water is arsenic-free.
I was approached by my neighbor who said, you know, we have high arsenic in our water. Maybe you want to get your water tested. And I thought it was kind of unusual because, as you can see, we live out in a rural area and there's no industry or anything that I would have suspected that we would have a contaminant in our well water. But as it turned out, after Steve had done the test, it was high in ours as well.
We pride ourselves on our well water. In fact, I almost cannot drink any other water.
I do feel that people are not educated about it. People should knock door to door and tell these people what's going on. That's scary.
Do you think that we do have a problem in Hunterdon County?
Hunterdon is part of what's known as the Piedmont province. This is a geological formation of rock that cuts across New Jersey, and Hunterdon is within that Piedmont region. And arsenic is a naturally occurring element that's in shale. We actually have data from 2002 through 2008 that shows for Hunterdon County private wells, 18% of those test results exceeded the arsenic standard. People that have private wells are pretty much on their own, and if they want to have their well water periodically tested, they've got to take that action themselves.
With chronic low-dose arsenic exposure, it's insidious because it's tasteless. There are no overt symptoms. In some cases, you know, people go on to develop skin lesions, which are obvious. But what we are learning is that this long-term chronic exposure, people can be completely asymptomatic visibly, and yet have ongoing disease, internal organ disease, you know, cardiovascular disease, lung disease, neurologic disease, that they would not necessarily attribute to something in drinking water.
We decided that we wanted to have it removed, of course, because we just didn't want it in the water. I mean, I had little children at the time, and it was scary to me that we had arsenic in the water and that they'd been drinking it.
We've certainly learned that children are not just small adults. They're rapidly growing, and there are processes involved in growth that lend themselves to be impaired.
The best thing to do, what any homeowner should do, no matter what, is have their water tested by an analytical lab at least once a year. Once you've had that water tested, bring it to someone that's experienced in water treatment and ask them what's your next step. There's a bunch of different technologies. Standard, what they call is a point of use filter or a whole house filter. Now, on a point of use, is mostly treating one faucet in your house, whereas whole house is treating the whole house water.
I have a point of entry system,
Now,
which typically,
now those point of entry systems, the abbreviation for it is POET, P-O-E-T, point of entry, whatever. I don't know what the T stands for there. Treatment, point of entry treatment system. And we do have in our actual contracts, there is a section there that relates to POET systems. This is what they're talking about, okay?
see those go in basements. If you had a point of use, it would be maybe underneath the kitchen sink or other faucets that you had it.
You know, the state of New Jersey recommends a 2-tank system, whole house. That's their guidelines, and that's kind of the way I go. We do offer a single tank system that's a little less expensive for the budget minded, but there again, you don't have the backup of when the arsenic starts to come through.
So essentially what you have here is the two different models that we have for whole house treatment. Basically, the real difference to them is your spare tank. This one is singular, this one is lead lag. When we call lead lag, is basically this tank does all the work, and then once the arsenic starts being totally absorbed, it goes into the second tank.
I would say it's really important to get your water tested for arsenic. It's not something that you would know otherwise. You can't taste it or see it or smell it, but it's there, and it's something that can cause you harm over time. It can cause your children harm over time, and it's something that can be safely and easily remediated. So I would urge everyone that lives in Hunterdon County and even other counties where it's known that arsenic exists to have their water tested. It's really the right thing to do.
All right. So it gives you a little information there about the well water and some of the contaminants that can be found in it. The POET system, this is the point of entry treatment system, that where the water comes into the house, the whole entire house is getting treated, versus the those systems that you have right underneath the counter, you know, right at the sink, where you're only it's only filtering the water right there versus filtering all the water that comes in the house. That's what the POET system does. All right, so Let's go back to the slideshow. So I have these links here if you want to watch all those videos. It's this second link, Arsenic Awareness, has all those links there on that page. All right. So what does the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act state? That when when the primary source of drinking water is coming, they call that potable or potable water, is coming from a private well, or in some instances an offsite well, that the well water needs to be tested by the owner, and then both parties need to sign off that they received a copy of the test results, otherwise the contract's not legally binding. All right. Now, the other option is you could get the public water, which is already treated. It goes through treatment plants, and those treatment plants would treat the water through to make sure that there wasn't any contaminants like arsenic and such in it. But even some areas in New Jersey, you got your city water that may have some kind of contaminants. The reservoir that they're getting it from may have it. And so they may not be treating for all types of contaminants. You got so many filters that you could do, and they just described, each kind of contaminant has to be filtered a different way to get it out of the water. And so there's a lot of different types of treatment, and we're probably not in New Jersey doing all the types of treatments that we could be doing for certain kinds of contaminants. And once again, we went over this in an earlier chapter. They have the pumping station that'll pump the water from a reservoir directly to the houses. And then in the off-peak hours, it'll fill these giant tanks with water and pump them up there so that the pumps can rest and not be running all the time, all day, every time somebody needs water. What happens is we try to pump them, fill up these giant tanks, which could hold millions of gallons of water. And then when everybody's showering in the morning, and or if there's a fire, that the fire engines are opening up the hydrants, those peak demand periods can be addressed when you have all that extra water stored in there, and it's sitting under its own weight in a high tower, that it gets delivered with high pressure to your home. You would actually have to have pressure reducers in your house. Otherwise, if you just let the water into your house at the high pressure that the city brings it in at, it could actually damage your appliances, which is an interesting little thing there. Let me show you something. Am I doing Google search? Okay, hold on one sec. Let me just pull something up here. So here's some water towers that we have in New Jersey. They're all over the place, I just looked up particularly New Jersey, Just about every town may have them. You may not be paying attention to them. But you ever see these things? Here's a popular one off of exit 117 on the Turnpike down in Keyport. Cherry Hill. You got them all over. Sometimes they decorate them nice too. Look at this one in Wildwood. This one with a smiley face on it, Sometimes they're branded because, even some companies, some corporations may have some of these water tanks that are used for their business purposes too, to deliver for them. Here's an older looking one, right? One in Union. So these are all, that's cute.
Yeah, it's cute.
Oh wow, look at this one. This one looks all medieval. Looks like a, maybe it look like a castle. They hit it.
That's cool.
All right. Now, if you really want to get to them, they got them all over the place. If you check out, let's see, Coast Guard has one here. So they may not always look the same. Here's one that looks a little bit more modern, right? Check out this one, Disney water towers. You guys ever see the Disney water towers?
No.
How about this? They put some ears on them. Yeah, they could decorate these up and make them look nice too. How about this one? Water towers on roofs or on buildings. There we go. If you ever notice places like New York City, they got these things all over the place. You see these water towers, but we got them here in New Jersey too, in higher buildings.
Right.
They need to have them because some of these high-rise buildings, they're taller than the water towers themselves. So how would they get pressure to the higher floors, to the penthouses and all that? They would have to have really strong water pumps to pump that water up to the higher levels and to have pressure available. But that would be too much of a strain, expensive, high electric costs, big energy consumption. So a way to do this is they construct these water towers on the roof. So they do still have those pumps, but they're not running constantly. What they'll do is they'll pump them up to these water reservoirs that are on the rooftops of these buildings. And now for the demand, anytime there's a demand, then the water comes pressurized. It's easier for it to come down than to have it pump it up on demand, right? So this is why it seems kind of like old technology. Something, shouldn't we have something more modern than that? But no, it's basic physics, you have to have the water in order to get it up there. You're going to have to pump it up somehow, right? And if you were only demanding on pumps all the time, then there's going to be a little lag time. You open up the faucet, you'd have to have sensors in there knowing the water pressure is low. Pumps would have to kick on. There would be a delay. How about you just do it this way? You fill a tank on a roof, have it sit up there, the water, and then as it's needed, it enters, it comes on down as you need it and under pressure already, okay? And if you notice, a lot of times the ones that are on residential property roofs, a lot of times the better ones are made out of wood. Now, if they're made out of wood, periodically they need to be replaced too. There's health reasons why they have them made out of wood. It's actually a good thing when they're made out of wood. You guys ever watch that guy Dirty Jobs, Mike Rowe, Dirty Jobs?
Heard of it.
Yeah, he does work with he works with people that it's basically a program where he shows how most Americans out there earn an honest living from a hard day's work, and all the dirty jobs that modern society wouldn't be able to be so modern with unless these people were out there doing these jobs. And some of them are, people just don't get recognized for the work that they do. Some of them are nasty jobs that nobody would want to do. And so basically he films himself, he throws himself into situations and learns the jobs, and they put him in the worst jobs. And it's a funny program. It's some humor to it, but it shows you, how across America in all different states, people are doing jobs. And in one of them, he did this water tower where they're made out of wood. They got to go up there and they got to replace the wood on the tower. It's got the whole framing. Sometimes the wood needs to be replaced. So they got to rebuild the water tower on the roof. And what a scary job that is. You're already on a rooftop and it's windy and it's high up. And now you're climbing a tower and now you're walking on these fine poles, got to clip yourself in so you don't fall and kill yourself. And I actually had a student in one of my classes that used to do that for a living. Just like 2 classes ago, had a guy that used to do that, replace the water towers on roofs. So it's an interesting job. Imagine yourself up there on the roof doing that, having to swing a sledgehammer to pull out the old wood. All right. Anyway, so get the public water. Okay, so now USTs are underground storage tanks. Underground storage tanks, what do we store underground? We store all kinds of materials, everything from sewage in the septic tanks, oil, propane, gas, diesel at gas stations, right? dry cleaners store chemicals, manufacturing. There are thousands of chemicals that could be, or substances that could be stored underground storage tanks. Okay. The issue is when those tanks are no longer needed, or if those tanks leak, then it can cause a hazardous situation to the environment. So when no longer needed, those tanks need to be decommissioned. That means they need to be emptied, cleaned, and the ground around them tested to make sure that they have not contaminated the soil by an EPA certified company. So we have something called the CERCLA. That's short for the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. Now, under CERCLA, Congress created something called the Superfund to respond to spills and clean them up. So the Superfund, we call these Superfund sites where there's contamination, large contaminations or industry contamination or emergency contamination sites. We call them Superfund sites. Now, Congress created a bill that created a $9 billion fund to respond to those spills. However, $9 billion is not enough to clean up New Jersey, let alone the whole United States. Okay, so they got to pick and choose what jobs are being cleaned up where, and property owners are responsible for paying back the money into the Superfund to pay for those cleanups. Congress also created something called a Reauthorization Act, or SARA, to replenish that Superfund. Well, we don't need to know about that for exams, but the Superfund, we may. What do we call that site, that fund to respond to spills and clean up? Superfund. You guys will start to notice after a while Superfund signs. Let me see if I could find one. Superfund signs. All right, so here, let's just go to the web browser again. So you guys will start to see these signs and recognize them. That's not your typical Superfund sign. It's, let me see if I can find one. They may have some kind of a warning on there, but it'll have a site number and a phone number on it that you could contact. This isn't a typical one that we see here in New Jersey either. But they'll say on it, a lot of times it's just a lot of words. So like a whiteboard with a lot of words on it may have a red warning notice on there. And it says that it's a Superfund site. And every site will have a job number on it, so a site number. So you could call up an 800 number to find out what's going on there at that particular site. As remediation is in progress of a cleanup of that site. All right, there was you guys familiar with Clark Shopping Center?
Yes.
And right across the street from it is also a golf course with a restaurant.
Yes.
Both of those sites, both of them were actually Superfund sites. Actually, the one across the street, for some reason, Clark Shopping Center, you don't see any signs there, though. I don't know what's up with that. But the one across the street, even on the golf course, if you look at that fence, they got the smallest Superfund site I've ever seen in my life. There's these little signs over there on the corners, by the light, where you'd have to be walking by to really see it. They make it really discreet that it is a Superfund site. Basically, those are contaminated sites. Where the golf course and restaurant are, that used to be some kind of a manufacturing plant for, I'm not sure if that was for paper or what it was, but the chemicals that were used, the ground was so contaminated there that I remember when I was a kid, my dad read something in the paper that that the ground was so contaminated that it would not be able to be used for 1,000 years. Now, I'm not that old. And there's it's being used now as a golf course and a restaurant. So how did they get away if they said it was so contaminated that it couldn't be used for 1,000 years? How are they using that now? Well, they do cleanups. It is possible to clean up. What they'll do is they'll have to clean the soil. Yeah, they clean the dirt. Yeah, I did say that. They clean the dirt. So basically they scoop out the first 6 feet of soil and they send it out to be burned. They burn the contaminants out of it. They clean the contaminants out of the soil pretty much. And then they replace it with backfill with clean dirt. Now, is it possible that the contaminated land is deeper than 6 feet? Yeah, but the EPA requirement is just to replace that top 6 foot of soil, then you could use it. And now they made it a golf course. And then they even put vent pipes there. If you see periodically, there's vent pipes like you see at garbage dumps in case there's something that's gases that are trying to leak out of the ground or whatever that they could vent out. So it's interesting that these contaminated sites are all around us, and sometimes we're not even aware of it. So let's see. All right, I was just looking for some of those pics and articles that I have, but all right, it's not a big deal. I explained it to you. Congress created the Superfund in 1980 to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and to respond to spills. It's administered by the EPA, but sometimes the EPA works with state environmental agencies. In New Jersey, we have the DEP. So what is the state environmental agency called?
DEP.
DEP. Do not confuse the DEP with the EPA. All right. One is New Jersey, one is the federal. Now, under the Superfund, the landowner is liable for any immediate cleanup. Why? Because it's their property, regardless of whether the landowner was responsible for the spill or not, of whatever the waste is, whatever the contamination is. The landowner, it's your property, you're responsible for what happens to your property. The landowner can always chase after the responsible parties if they're ever identified who did it for reimbursement of that cleanup. But ultimately, right now, who's responsible for cleaning up any hazardous waste or materials that are released into the environment?
The landowner.
The landowner, because it's their land. All right. So under ISRA, something called the Industrial Site Recovery Act, anytime a commercial property changes ownership or the business is closed down, even for temporary periods, this is a strange law because it requires that the grounds be tested and cleanup gets done for any time that ownership is transferred. You guys ever see gas stations where they pull all the tanks out of the ground? They pull the gas tanks out of the ground. They pull up they rip up the driveway, even if it was just paved, and they put fence around it. And now they're putting up they're pulling out the tanks and replacing the tanks. You guys ever see that?
Yeah.
Sometimes you may see now that they replace it. They put new tanks in. They repave it. Everything is brand new.
Yeah. Or
And then later on that year, they're doing it again. You guys ever see that? It may be because they transferred the ownership and because this law requires that it be torn up again and everything be replaced, even though it's just been replaced. Now tell me that's not putting more additional waste into the environment itself. You know, I understand their reasoning for it, but sometimes when they put these mandatory rules in place, yeah, it's kind of idiocy. You know, they're creating more waste than need be done. You know, if they just took them on a case-by-case basis instead of having these stringent laws, these stringent environmental laws that are in place. I know why they're doing it, trying to protect the environment. But anytime you make these stringent laws, you know, the road to hell is paved with the best of intentions, right? you're actually adding more garbage into the environment as well, to those dump sites and such. Okay, so let's do a little bit of highlighting. Under groundwater contamination, you guys highlighted the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act applies to every contract, a sale. You guys highlighted those first 4 lines there in that last paragraph.
Yeah.
Let's say that, okay.
Yes.
Okay. UST's underground storage tanks, nothing really there to highlight. We just talks about the things that we store underground. Under CERCLA on the next page, the 3rd sentence, I want you to highlight the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, CERCLA, established a fund of $9 billion called the Superfund to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and respond to spills. Okay. And then in the next paragraph, we're going to highlight under liability, the first 2 sentences. And now I'm going to read this section for you too, even though I just explained it, I'm going to read it to you. It says a landowner is liable under CERCLA when a release or threat of release of a hazardous substance has occurred on their property, regardless of whether the contamination is a result of the landowner's actions or those of others. The owner can still be held responsible for the cleanup. So I want you guys to highlight that those 2 sentences there too. Okay. Now, the liability includes the cleanup not only of the landowner's property, but also of any neighboring property that's been contaminated. A landowner who's not responsible for the contamination can seek recovery for reimbursement for the cleanup from the previous landowner, any responsible party, or the Superfund. However, if other parties are not available, even a landowner didn't cause the problems responsible for the cleanup. Once the EPA determines that hazardous material has been released into the environment, it's authorized to begin remedial action. First, they attempt to identify the PRPs, that stands for the persons responsible or the responsible parties. And if they agree to cooperate in the cleanup, they must agree about how they're going to divide the cleanup costs. And if those persons responsible do not voluntarily undertake the cleanup, the EPA may hire its own contractors and do the work themselves. And then the EPA would bill those persons responsible. And if they refuse to pay, they could be held liable for triple the actual cost of the cleanup. Now, this last paragraph is important. This is all legal terminology, legal mumbo jumbo though. It says, liability under the Superfund is considered to be strict, joint, several, and retroactive. So what does that mean? Well, strict liability means that the owner is responsible to the injured party without excuse. Joint and several liability means that each of the individual owners is responsible for the entire cleanup costs for the total damages. So if only one of them is financially able to handle the costs, well, that person has to pay. And then they could always chase after their partners or co-owners whenever, if ever possible, for reimbursement of their share. Retroactive liability means that it's not limited to the current owner, but includes people who've owned the site in the past. Oh, damn it. So I'm trying to open up that whiteboard now. I just wanted to show you a little drawing. So I'm going to open it up again, close it, open it. On page 142, under the Superfund, let's see, under the Superfund Authorization Act, there's a section, Industrial Site Recovery Act, ISRA, and the Wetlands Protection Act in the book. Go down 5 lines and highlight New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. Under this act, the Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP, regulates certain activities in designated wetlands. Okay, so you're going to highlight that, but I'll read that sentence. It says the New Jersey, or this paragraph, in New Jersey, the Industrial Site Recovery Act, ISRA, provides for mandatory cleanup of industrial or some commercial sites when they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership, like I was just telling you about a little while ago. Recognizing the necessity for preserving the ecological balance between the area of the sea and the land, one of the most vital and productive areas in our natural world. So basically, they're trying to make sure that any contaminated sites don't actually get into the water system. That's the whole purpose of that ISRA Act. And a lot of times you see it with the gas stations having to do this all the time. But there's a lot of manufacturing and factories out there that that have been sitting for a while, and that the cleanups have not been getting done on them. Just looking up that image now so I could, oh, here we go. So, an owner is responsible for any contamination of their property. And they're responsible for the cleanup costs. So I got a little image I drew here. It's basically showing you that, say you got a factory here on the top of the hill, and they have some wastes that leaked into the ground, seeped into the ground. Once these blue lines are indicating the different property owners, 1, 2, and 3. So those wastes seep into the ground and they creep into landowner 1's property. Who's responsible for the cleanup right here on landowner 1's property?
Landowner 1.
Landowner 1. But they could always chase after the factory for reimbursement for those costs. Now, what if it seeped through landowner 1's property and it goes to landowner 2's property now? Who's responsible for the cleanup?
Landowner 2.
Landowner 2. Okay, but they could always chase after landowner 1 and the factory for the cleanup costs. Okay, so I just want you guys to get that visual on, it depends on how they word the question now. Who's responsible for the cleanup, or who could be held responsible for the cleanup costs? There's that means two different things there, right? The landowner is responsible for the cleanup. Well, who could be held responsible? Well, not just the landowner, but the person who caused it, or previous owners of that property, right?
How could number 2 go after number 1 though?
Because it
it's
leaked.
not their chemicals.
Because it went through their property. It came through their property to landowner 2's property.
But how would they be able to stop that? You know, like
The landowner 1 could have done the remediation, and if they cleaned up their property and kept their property clean, it would have never got to landowner 2's property. I know that it may be underground and they may not have seen it, but you know what? Life's not fair.
yeah.
It's the way it works. You know, this is why I just want to explain this to you so that you get a better visual understanding of it, though. If I depict it this way and I explain it by showing you this visual, then maybe when they word it, you'll have a little better understanding of it. Okay? Good. All right. By the way, I have a little cross reference here on page 312. If we go to page 312, I'll tell you what chapter that is in just one moment. Chapter 18. So those are chapter 13, version 13 book. I believe. Is that only you, Kate? Thanks, Kate here.
I'm here.
Oh, there
Yeah, I have the 13.
You have the 13 version book. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
I wasn't sure if it was just one person or not. Okay.
I think it's just me.
Okay. So the yeah, it's in chapter 18. If we there's a section there on New Jersey environmental regulations.
Okay.
For everybody else, page 312. There's a section there for New Jersey environmental regulations. It starts off with the first paragraph. It gives a guideline for people who live in environmentally sensitive areas, or for builders that are going to do work in these areas. There's a guide called Buy Bob, before you buy, before you build, okay? There's a little link there. It's a guide for people that live in these areas or for people who want to develop in these areas or do any construction in these environmentally sensitive areas. It gives you the rules on it. All right, now if we go to the third paragraph here, I just want you to highlight where it says Highlands Water Protection and Planning Act. And it says it there in bold, the title. Just highlight the New Jersey, the Highlands Water Protection and Planning Act. Then on the next paragraph, highlight just the title there, the NJ Pinelands Protection Act. The following paragraph, the Wetlands Act. And those are really the only ones we really need to highlight, but there's also the CAFRA, the Coastal Area Facility Review Act, and the Waterfront Development Act as well. Either way, under all three of these acts, or five if you want to look at it, the New Jersey DEP is the agency that's responsible. By the way, we could turn the page back. I just wanted to highlight those different laws there, because on this slide, I have it all conveniently on one slide here though. What gives the DEP the authority to regulate any construction in these areas? Well, in the Highlands areas of New Jersey, it's the Highlands Water Protection Act. In the Pinelands, that's like the Pine Barrens, it's the New Jersey Pinelands Water Protection Act. And in the wetlands, it's the Wetlands Protection Act. Okay, so basically they're all self-entitled acts or laws that that give the DEP the authority to regulate any construction done in these areas. Now, what is considered, we're not in the highlands or wetland or in the pinelands here, but some places we have wetlands. Wetlands cover any area that's low-lying or near the water, or any area that's meant for runoff. You could have a dry stream riverbed that's near your property that hasn't seen water for ages, but it's meant for like overflow in case of floods or something. Well, guess what? They've rewrote a lot of the laws of what the EPA's powers are a couple of years ago, and they were given a lot more authority. Even if something has not seen water in decades, the EPA still covers that area, and they pass on those authorities to DEP. So DEP, New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, can dictate whether you could do any work on your house if that property is close to those riverbeds, even if they're dry and haven't seen water in ages. So I had one guy that lived in Piscataway in one of my classes, and it was pretty interesting because I'm not sure if it's 300 feet or 600 feet. I think it's 300 feet. If you live within 300 feet of any water source, that includes a dry riverbed like this one guy had in Piscataway. He had a front porch with a cover on his front porch, and termites were eating that thing. It was falling apart. It was really a hazard. He said that roof was going to come caving down on people. And the porch is falling apart. He really needed to get the work done, so he went to the city to get a permit for the work. And the city said, well, we'll approve the work, however, you need to get permission first from the DEP. And he's like, why? And they're like, well, you're within like 300 feet of a river or whatever, and you can't build any closer. He's like, I'm not trying to build any closer, I'm just trying to replace what I got. And he's like, well, you still need their permission. So he contacted DEP so that he could replace his termite-ridden roof and porch. They told him no, that he couldn't. When it came down to the point that, this is really idiocy. These environmental protection groups, a lot of times they deal in idiocy. They said, no, we don't want you any closer to the river. He's like, I'm not getting any closer. I already have this structure there. I just want to replace it because it's a danger. And they're like, no. He had to threaten them with lawsuits that he wants them to sign off that they are refusing him permission to repair his house, that in case somebody gets hurt or killed, that the DEP will take responsibility for it, because they're the one that's denying him the ability to make repairs. And when it got down to the legalities of it like that, that's when they were just like, okay, yeah, you could do it. I mean, it takes actually threatening them with lawsuits over stuff like that before they give you permission to do it, which was kind of odd. But hopefully most cases don't occur like that. But what gives the DEP the authority to regulate these areas? The highlands areas, it's the Highlands Water Protection Act. Pinelands, Pinelands Protection Act. Wetlands, Wetlands Protection Act. Often that's a state exam question. But it's pretty easy answers, right? All right. Additional governmental powers, landmark districts. Okay, so we see, before we get to the landmarks, public access to the beaches, okay? In New Jersey, courts have ruled that everybody has equal access to the beaches, whether wet or dry, even though we charge for that here. What are we, the only state that charges people to get on a beach? All right, and it's not like our beaches are that great. Landmark preservation sites, okay? It's like historic sites, like George Washington slept here or something happened here, you know, those would then be landmark sites. You know, in Rahway on St. George Avenue, Route 35, you got that Girl Scout house by the cemetery, okay? That's actually, used to be called Merchant and Grover's Tavern. That's where George Washington slept. It was a tavern, rooms for rent or stay, whatever, hotel, whatever, back in George Washington's day, and he slept there. That's why that's a historic site there in that corner next to the cemetery. Now, when you have if you owned a building that was actual landmark preservation site, you're very restricted on what you can do to that building or that property for as far as modifications or improvements go. Now, let's just say that you don't have a landmark historic site, which would be kind of rare to have. You can own a house that's within a historic district of town. We live in New Jersey. It's the third state in the nation. So we have a lot of history here. There was a battle fought here or a battle fought there. You'd be hard pressed to drive a mile and not find a sign, a historic sign that something happened somewhere. You guys walk through a park and you see signs, you know, this is where whatever happened. It gives you a little history lesson if you were to actually read them. Well, we have historic designated districts within town too. And if you own a home that's within a designated historic district, you could remodel to your heart's content on the interior of the home. However, the exterior of the home, you cannot change the footprint of the building. You can't even change the look of the exterior of the building without getting not only building permits from the city, you need to get permission from the local historic society. Sorry about that. You have to get permission from the local historic society as well. So as far as you're concerned as real estate agents, you need to be aware of this, because when you're puffing, what is puffing?
Talking it up.
It's exaggeration as salesmanship, okay? You got to be careful when you're showing houses in historic districts that you don't tell people, hey, you could always put an addition on here, or if you don't like that, you could put a deck back here, you could put a pool here. If you don't like it, you could change the siding or whatever. You got to be careful, because they may not be able to. They need to first get permission from the local historic society. All right. And if you start telling people that they could always do this and they could do that, and it turns out that they can't, what are you guilty of?
Puffing?
No, well, puffing is exaggeration and salesmanship, but you're
Yeah,
guilty of negligence.
Oh, negligence.
Your statements were negligent. You didn't mean to harm somebody, but you should have known better. You're the professional. You know that they may not be able to change those, make changes to that exterior of the building. And if that person relied on your professional expertise and then they find out that they can't do any additions or make the house bigger or put a deck back there or an in-ground pool because the Historic Society doesn't allow them to, then they can't use that property and do with it what they planned on. And they relied on you as the expert who told them that they could. You may find yourself on the wrong end of a lawsuit. So be careful when puffing in historic districts. I'm telling you right now, I'm giving you the lesson now. Typically, you cannot change the exterior footprint of the building or the look. Even if somebody wants to upgrade the windows to the latest Anderson or Pella gas-filled triple pane windows or whatever, they need to get them to historically look the same. They can't be modern. You can't modernize the look. You got to keep that historic look about it. So if it's got one of those window panes that look like there's a million little windows in it, well, those modern windows, they can't just have that big open window. They need to retain that same look about them. So what does that mean? Custom windows. What does that mean? Mo money, right? So that's important that I stress that to you guys. All right. And then direct and public ownership of land. You know, government owns land itself as well. We're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review on page 144. Okay, page 144, key terms to review. Ready? Court action by which government takes property.
Eminent domain.
The court action.
Oh,
Eminent domain is the government's power to take the property. What do we call the actual court action to take it using the power of eminent domain?
Condemnation. Condemnation.
Condemnation. Yep. Let me just lower my volume. Condemnation. Correct. So 6 is A. Discriminatory local regulations.
Exclude.
Keep it coming.
Exclusionary zoning.
Yep. 11 is B. Exclusionary zoning. 4C, it's CERCLA. They're just giving you the whole readout and you got to give the abbreviation. So I'm just going to tell you 4C. Government's power to take property for public use.
Eminent domain.
9 is D. So the government's power is eminent domain, and then the actual taking of it through the courts is condemnation, right? So 9 is D. Inspector's approval for human habitation.
Human habitation.
Of occupancy.
Yes, 5 is E, certificate of occupancy. Limit of use of property that's set by the seller.
Oh, covenant, the
Deed
covenant.
restriction.
Deed restriction, 7 is F. A use that does not meet the zoning requirements, or it's another way of saying it. You want to use a property for a purpose that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements. What do you got to get?
Zoning ordinance.
You got to get a variance.
Oh, a
You got to get a variance. 17 is G. So a variance is basically a permit to vary from the current zoning rules. Right? The way that they worded it here is kind of, you could select different answers and still be sounding right. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
DEP.
Department of
DEP, 8 is H, correct. Permission for construction.
A zoning ordinance. Oh, no. Building permit. Building
Building permit, 3 is I, building permit. Reversion of property to the state when intestate owner dies without heirs.
S
sheet.
Escheat, 10 is J. Standards for construction,
Building codes.
2 is K. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
Yes, asbestos, 1 is L. Government's right to regulate for the health and safety.
Police.
Power.
That's their police power. 15 is M. Existing use that does not meet the current zoning standard.
Non-conforming use.
14 is N, non-conforming use. Municipal restriction on uses of real estate in various areas.
That's a zoning ordinance.
18 is O. A naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon.
16 is P. Primary method by which local governments recognize developmental goals.
Master plan.
All part of their master plan. And a once widely used wall covering containing a now banned metal.
Lead-based paint.
Lead-based paint. 12 is R. Okay. All right, chapter 10, finally,
Nick,
listing
let me say
agreements.
something. Let me just say something. Last night you had me having my husband about to cut our kitchen counters out because I was like, we got radon in the floor.
I know that's right.
Well, you could test it. Remember, I told you go to Home Depot,
Right.
get a test kit, and you could test and see.
He
You
was
could
like, what is this class doing to you?
you could actually verify it's waking you up. I know sometimes people are ignorantly bliss, right? I was happier not knowing. Okay.
Right.
But you know what? You know now. Okay. This class isn't meant to scare you. It's meant to make you aware of the dangers and stuff that's out there. So
What about resin? Is it in resin?
in the polymers and the resins now.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes from radioactive, decomposing radioactive rock. So when you where do they get granite from? They mine it, right? They cut it out from the earth. They're doing strip mining.
Right.
And it could have some of those radioactive rock inside of the granite. Remember, all these different rocks and formations were made from volcanic activity and molten lava, right? As it dries, it hardens, it cools, you know. All these different types of minerals are formed and created. Some of them could have this decomposing radioactive gas trapped inside of it, you know. And what are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation?
For
CPI.
Pico.
4 PCI, 4 picocuries, right?
Yeah.
Picocuries. Huh. Every time I hear that word pico, when it's pronounced like that, I think of Tom and Jerry. Jerry, the mouse, he had an Uncle Pico. Remember with the guitar? He always pulled Tom's whiskers out and used it for a guitar string.
Right.
Oh yeah, right.
He's called Uncle Pico. All right. Chapter 10, listing agreements. There's a saying in real estate, if you don't list, you won't last. So you guys should spend a lot of time trying to focus on getting listings as your primary area of business. Why? Because if you got a listing, you also have the opportunity of getting the buyer. Then you can get both sides of the transaction and twice the amount of commission. Also this, if you're only working with buyers and renters, then you're not making money unless you're always running around like a chicken with your head cut off. If you're getting listings, you could be on vacation or stay at home sick, and other agents will be showing your listings and putting in contracts, and you could still get paid. Think about it, right? All right, so let's see. At the end of this chapter, you're gonna be able to describe the different types of listing agreements and the disclosures. Here's that saying, if you don't list, you won't last. Now, So listings, what is a listing? Okay, well, here's that little bit of a description of what I just said to you guys. I actually put it in a write-up and made a slide on it about getting both sides of commission and running around with a chicken head, like a chicken with their head cut off. I actually made a slide about it. All right, now, so listing the property. Only a broker can act as an agent to list, sell, or rent others real estate in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. And that has to be an exclusive listing. So all of our listings are exclusive. We only take exclusive listings. We cannot put a listing in the MLS that is not exclusive. What do I mean by exclusive? Well, the word exclusive means that our agency is the only agency that was hired by the seller to market their property. That does not mean that other agencies cannot show it. It just means that our agency is the only one that can advertise and market it. Okay, so we're going to learn about different types of listings, but the ones with the word exclusive in it are the only ones that can go into the MLS. Now, according to the New Jersey Statute of Frauds, you need to know this term, Statute of Frauds. It stipulates that to be able to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, the broker has to have some sort of written authorization to act as the client's broker. Now, you guys are an extension of that broker, right? So you guys can get listings and sign these documents if your broker gave you that authority to do so on his behalf as an agent of the broker, sub-agent of that broker. So a listing agreement is that written authorization. A listing agreement must be supplied to the owner within 5 days if we take a verbal listing. All right, so we need to get that written authorization from that owner within 5 days if you take a verbal listing. But what is my suggestions to you when it comes to doing business and just talking about things?
Get everything in writing.
Always get everything in writing. Don't take verbal listings. Take it from me. I did once. And I learned my lesson. I was eager to get a listing. I met with the husband and wife that were interviewing with a couple of people. They ended up calling me up, saying they wanted to list with me. Go ahead, put the listing in the MLS. Me and my wife, we're going to AC for the weekend. We'll be back afterward. When we come back, we'll sign all the paperwork. I was like, all right, we could do that, because the MLS requires me to get the paperwork to them in 48 hours. So I was like, okay, we can do that. Monday rolls around, the guy did not reach out to me. So I go calling them up, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to get in touch with you. When I was away with the wife, she reminded me that her sister just got her license. It was her sister or her best friend, I forget what the hell. And she said, we're gonna give her a try first. I'm like, oh no, I already put the listing in the MLS and I don't have the paperwork and I'm not gonna get it now. So what do? Now I got to go calling up the MLS and begging and pleading with them. Oh, I don't want to get in trouble. I was going to get the listing. They were going to sign it. Then they ended up, not doing it, So thank God I was able to beg and plead, and they were able to cancel the listing for me without having the paperwork and fining me. But they could have fined me. MLSs have their own rules. If you want membership in their service, you got to follow their rules. Otherwise, they could fine you, right? So let's highlight in the second paragraph here in chapter 10 that the statute of frauds stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker must have a written authorization to act as the client's broker. Now let me read the next sentence. The agreement must state the rate and exact amount of commission that's to be earned by the broker, and must specify an exact date of termination in the agreement. I only want you to highlight the part that says must specify a definite termination date. I know there's got to be a lot of other stuff that's on listings, the address of the property, who all the owners are, their signatures, start date, end date, the amount of the commission. But this is on exams all the time. You have to, in order for a listing agreement to be valid, it has to have a definite date of termination. Yes, you have to specify a termination date. I guess they keep making this part of it because a lot of agents out there are getting listings and leaving that line blank and filling it in later. You're not supposed to do that because they don't know how to discuss with the client how long of a listing that they're going to take. Instead, they just put up their, we'll leave it blank and then we'll fill it in later. You know, you're not supposed to do that. All right.
Excuse me, Victor.
Yes.
Does that mean you're going to list the property for a certain amount of time and then you're going to take it off the MLS? Is that what that means?
You don't have to take it off. It'll automatically expire. When we put in the dates into the MLS, you have to put a start date and an end date. When the end date comes, if the property was not sold, the system will automatically change the status to expired.
Okay, and how long that typically lasts?
It's negotiable between the client and broker. Between client and you. All right. So how long is that typically going to be? I don't know how long of a listing you need, how long of a listing you want. Okay. I don't take anything less than 6 months. I'll take a 6-month or a 1-year listing on average. Try to get the longest listing you can. Okay. 6 months or a year should be fine. Now, sometimes you may get clients that they'll be like, oh, well, I only want to list for maybe 30 days. Sorry, not doing that. I got to put in all this effort to prepare the listing, get the photography done, upload all this information to the different websites, and create magazine ads and send it off to the publisher. Magazine ads have publishing dates. They're not just always I submit it and boom, it's in a magazine. It's got to go through their the copy stage. They got to make sure everything is all right. They submit it to me, make sure everything is correct. We got to approve it. Then it goes to their printing. Then they have a print date, a publishing date. And then after it's published, then it got to get distributed out to all the different locations. And then you got to get some lead in time where people walk by it and pick it up off the magazine rack, so there's some lead in time, if you're giving me no time to work with. If I take a listing for 1 month, I'm not advertising it anywhere other than the MLS. You got to help me help you sell your property. Okay. And part of that is you got to give me enough time to help you. All right. Granted, I hope that I sell your property the first day that it's on the market. But I can't guarantee that's going to happen. I can't guarantee a buyer's going to come up. Plus, there's a lot of factors that would play into that. How are you pricing the property? Are you pricing it fairly, or are you trying to get the most money for it that you can? If you're trying to get the most money for it that you can, you probably need a longer listing. How is it showing? What's the curb appeal like? Are there any restrictive showing instructions on the property? All these things can factor into needing a longer period of time to show the property. Is this a hoarder's house, or is it like HGTV looking? But even if that's the case, how much are you asking for it? How much commission are you offering for agencies for other agencies to bring their buyers in and introduce them to your property? If you're not offering a lot of commission, those agents may be showing other properties instead. There's a lot of factors that play into how long of a listing that we need. Right? And is there anything that I just said that doesn't make sense, or that's a lie or not true? No, it's all common sense, right? All right, let's start off with oh wait, and we got one more. Go to the next paragraph and highlight: if the agreement is entered into orally, the broker must deliver a written memorandum of the agreement to the client within 5 days of the agreement. So the Real Estate Commission does allow us to take a listing as long as we follow up with getting it in writing within 5 days. However, you should not take a verbal listing. Remember, the MLS has a rule. You got to be in MLS within 48 hours. So Real Estate Commission gives you 5 days. The MLS only gives you 48 hours. All right. Open listings. All right, so what is an open listing? If we turn the page to the next page in the chapter here, there's 3 types of listings that we're going to go over: open, exclusive agency, and exclusive right to sell. The first one we're going to go over is an open listing. I want you guys to highlight the first and second sentences there. Say open listing, a seller agrees to pay a broker a commission only if that broker procures the buyer for the property. A seller can enter into an open listing with any number of brokers, all acting as their agent. Continue highlighting. The seller is obligated to pay a commission only to the broker who successfully produces the ready, willing, and able buyer. Okay, so what is an open listing? A property owner comes to you and says, list my property for sale. Use your marketing resources to find me a buyer. If you find a buyer, and only if you find a buyer, I will pay you a commission. And I'm not exclusively listing with your company, I'm listing with other agencies as well. Would you want to work with somebody like that?
No,
I wouldn't either.
definitely not.
I'm there with you. I feel you. I'm there with you on that one. All right. So I don't take open listings.
Me
And
either.
you know what? I mean, I'll answer it so quickly, just like you did, that sometimes it'll make people's heads spin. I remember one time I was at my office working late, and I was entering, I was doing paperwork for actually entering a listing in and preparing the paperwork for another listing. And I was trying to get a lot of work done. So I was actually at the office a little bit late. And a phone call comes into the office, and I was the only one there. So I answered the phone. And as I answer the phone, I'm really concentrating on my work, not really the phone call as much, you know. And the lady asks me, she starts asking me a question, and I didn't really stop and process it until I got off the phone. And when I got off the phone, I made myself laugh a bit. You know, you ever do something like that? You know, you didn't really pay attention the first time, and in retrospect, when you thought about it again, you kind of got a chuckle out of what just went down, you know? So this lady called up to me, and she's like, yeah, I just wanted to see if you guys take open, you know, she's about to ask if I take open listings, but I didn't let her finish the word. She's like, yeah, do you guys take like I let her get to open. I was like, nope. Like I didn't even let her finish the word. And she like stopped because she was kind of like stunned because I like stopped her mid word. And then she finished her sentence after I said, nope. Because she was like, do you guys take open? I was like, nope. Pen listings. I was like, nope, we don't. I was like, you got to list with us exclusively. We don't advertise and spend all of our time and energy to try to market a property that homeowners working with 10 other agents. I said it makes no sense for us to do that. We don't do that. But
Or can't they even bring their own buyer in and then like screw everybody out of a commission?
Yep.
So that's like definitely.
Basically, they want to go to 10 different agents, use all their resources, their money, their time, their energy to try to find a buyer and advertising. And then they don't want to pay you a commission anyway. And then when they do, they're not going to want to pay you a full commission. They're going to only want to pay you for like the buyer's side of the commission. Screw that. Now, you guys do whatever you want. I'm just telling you. All right, so in an open listing, they're open to any number of brokers, all representing the owner as their agent to market the property. Because the seller is not bound to one agency, there's no need for an expiration date in the listing. Because remember, all listings have to have an expiration date for them to be valid. But in an open listing, listen, they're not tied to us. They can list with as many agents as they want, so it doesn't have to have an expiration date in it. We do not put these in the MLS. Okay, first of all, there's no expiration date, so you can't put it in the MLS. Expiration date's a required field. Second of all, if they're listing with 10 different agents, what are we going to have the same property listed in the MLS by 10 different companies, right? Only the agency who brings the buyer will be paid a commission, the buyer's side of the commission only. So the seller's not committing to exclusively work with any particular agency. They're only paying the one who brings them the buyer. No, thank you. Now, we only take the types of listings that begin with the word exclusive, exclusive right to sell, exclusive agency. So I have a definition here for you. I break it down a little bit better than the book does. The word exclusive means that that owner is exclusively hiring your agency to market the property. It's not that your agency is the only one that can show it. It's that your agency is the one that's exclusively hired to market the property. Okay? They're only hiring one company to market that property. So if you see the definition here under exclusive agency listing, it's actually not the definition for exclusive agency listing. It's a definition for the word exclusive. Okay? Which let's see, exclusive agency listing. Let's just highlight that title, exclusive agency listing. And then go down to the last two lines there and highlight, if the seller finds a buyer with no help from any broker, the seller retains the right to sell the property themselves without obligation to the broker. That's the definition of an exclusive agency listing. If you were just to read that first sentence, it's just describing what the word exclusive means. But if we just highlight the title and then the last two lines there, that's the definition of what an exclusive agency listing is. In other words, another way to say that, which you may even want to write that beneath that paragraph, without obligation to the broker is another way of saying they don't pay you a commission. So they reserve the right. The seller is listing the property with you exclusively. However, they reserve the right to find their own buyer. And in the event that they find their own buyer, they don't pay you anything. Do you want to get that kind of listing?
No.
Neither do I. I'm there with you. All right.
Yeah.
I don't want that either. You know what? I've dealt with this before. And I was like, hell no. No, never again. You know, you're working with a seller who's trying to screw you out of your commission any opportunity that they get. And I gotta find pictures. I know I have pictures somewhere on my computer. If not, I gotta start looking them up because I know they exist. I've seen this before. Or I should have taken some other pictures too when I've seen them. But you do see it. It's not that common, but you do see it. Have you ever seen a for sale, a listing by a broker with a for sale by owner sign next to it on the front lawn?
Mm-hmm.
That's an exclusive agency listing. Even though our listing agreements, all the exclusive listing agreements say that our company sign is supposed to be the only sign on the property. They say that in the listing agreement. All right. But the owner yet puts a for sale by owner sign right next to ours. Why? Because if somebody drives by, they rather that people call them directly so that they don't have to pay us a commission. I've seen them take it a step further. I've seen them take the for sale by owner sign and not just stick it next to our sign. They wanted to get it up higher. So they put it on top of our sign. They mounted a for sale by owner sign on top of ours to stand up higher. That's crazy. And I've seen them take it even a step further. I've seen them take, you know, that white masking tape that you could write on? I've seen them take the white masking tape, cover our phone number on the sign, and they wrote their own phone number down. Why the hell would you want to work with somebody like that? They're basically trying to screw you out of your commission any given opportunity that they get. No, thank you. All right, so all listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Doesn't matter what kind of listing it is. Well, any of the exclusive ones that begin with the word exclusive have to be entered in the listing in the MLS within 48 hours. Unless what? Unless the owner tells you that they don't want you to cooperate with other brokers, and then we got to sign that cover your butt form called the Waiver of Broker Cooperation Agreement. All right? And that's when we have the exclusive type of listing, meaning that it's not entered into the MLS, and that if it's going to be shown, it must only be shown by our agency. Okay. See, two different definitions of exclusive, right? One is exclusive, is our agency is exclusively hired to market the property. And those are those types of listings that begin with the word exclusive. But if you want to get that definition of exclusive where our agency is the only one that can show the property to, well, then that means that you need to have that owner sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. But you should never introduce that document to a homeowner unless they request it. Because our job is to try to sell that property the fastest that we can at the highest price that we can. And how do we do that? We cooperate with other brokers in advertising and sharing our listings. If we're sticking this form in their faces so that we're the only one that can show it, the likelihood of us selling it, first of all, goes down, and the price that we sell it at goes down too, because we got a lot less buyers in the pool to show it to. All right, so we call that secret pocket listing. All right, you need to know that form, by the way. The waiver of broker cooperation agreement. You'll get that question on exam. It's not going to be entered in the MLS, or who can direct the agent not to put the listing into the MLS? Their broker, the real estate commission, the property owner, the buyer, the owner, right? And then we got to follow it up by having them sign that waiver. Now, exclusive agency listing, that's when they reserve that right not to pay us a commission. They reserve if they find their own buyer. And it's up to you whether you want to take that kind of listing or not. I suggest not. Instead, I like to take this one. And look, got them smiley faces up there too. There. So that exclusive right to sell listing, that's the kind of listing that you want to get, right? So actually draw a little smiley face next to exclusive right to sell listing in your book, okay? Because that's the type of listing that you want. That's a type of listing that, here, let's read this. It says, we're going to highlight all this in the book. It says, exclusive right to sell listing. One broker is appointed as the sole agent of the seller and is given exclusive authorization to represent the property in question. The seller must pay the broker a commission regardless of who sells the property. So it doesn't matter who finds the buyer. Okay. So that's the type of listing that we want to get. Even if the seller finds their own buyer, as long as that property sells while the listing's in effect, we get paid. That's what you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes, definitely.
There you go. Come on. Yeah, we want to get paid. All right. Now, I put together this neat little handy dandy chart for you so that you could compare all the three types of listings. What's the differences between the three types of listings here? The open listing, exclusive agency listing, and exclusive right to sell listing. This is not a bad slide to study from, my friends. All right. So when is the seller required to pay a commission? When the listing agency finds the buyer, they got to pay us a commission under all three types of listings in that circumstance. If an outside agency finds the buyer, they have to pay us a commission for the two exclusive types, but not under the open. Because remember, in the open, they only pay us if we find the buyer. Now, if the seller finds the buyer, the only type of listing that they got to pay us a commission on is that exclusive right to sell. So with an exclusive agency, they have to pay us a commission if the listing agency finds a buyer or an outside agency finds a buyer, but not if the seller brings the buyer. Exclusive right to sell, we get paid a commission no matter who brings the buyer, as long as the property sells while the listing's in effect. Good chart. Good chart. Kind of gives you that visual that you could study from. Snap a picture if you're not going through these slideshows later on or adding them to your notes. Ready?
Thanks.
All right. Now we also have net listings. I just highlight the title that says net listings are illegal in New Jersey. Now, what is a net listing? A net listing is a type of listing where the seller tells you how much money they want to net in their pocket after the sale. And any amount that you could get over that, you get to keep as your commission. So let me ask you a question. If you got a listing and the property is listed at $300,000, the seller wants to get $300,000, what's your commission?
Whatever is over 300.
Well, that's what it would be, but I'm asking you right now, how much is that going to be?
How much you can get it to be.
In other words, you don't know right now.
Right.
So let me ask you, typically, if a seller wants $300,000 for their house, are they going to get $300,000 for their house?
Not necessarily.
But you know, a buyer's going to want to get it for less, right? And you know that the seller probably overpriced it to begin with, because many of them think that their home is worth this much when in reality it's worth this much. And our job there is to try to get them up, you know, down to reality. So often a lot of agents though will be like, all right, we'll price it a little bit higher at the beginning, which you should not. You should always try to negotiate with that seller to get them down to reality. Because when you overprice a home, it's going to sit on the market. Because look, if you got a buyer that's looking for a house, it's in a $300,000 price range, and this property is really should be in the 250 or 275 price range, you could actually notice the difference of the price range when you're searching for homes. From the lower price range to the upper, as you start going up, those 250, 275, 300, you could actually notice the differences in the quality and condition and size of the homes as you start going through all the properties that are on the market, showing people. I've done this with a friend before that, you know, usually I don't do this, but I did it with a friend because you end up doing things that you probably shouldn't be. So I was more flexible, and I basically showed them every damn home that was on the market. What a pain in the ass they were. They were approved for $400,000. They want to start looking for homes in the 200, maybe 225 range. I'm just like, oh, nothing on the market. You need to come up. All right. And now, of course, you know, even though I'm their friend, they trust me. They trust me, but they don't trust me. You know, they're going and they're searching on Zillow and Realtor.com and all that. And I'm like, yeah, that property on Zillow is not available. Well, it says it is. Well, I'm telling you, it's not. It's not on the market. It's expired. It's an old listing, what have you. They never updated. So anyway, after we get past all that crap, now we start showing them all the properties in the 250 range. No, they all need work, too small, doesn't have this, doesn't have that. All right, let's try a little bit higher now. As you could see, we looked at all the properties on the market in that range in this area that you were looking. You go up to the other range. Oh, look at this. It opened up a whole different category of homes for us. You could actually physically see that, right? So a lot of times people overprice the property. And when you're looking in a certain price range and you're not getting what you're expecting in that price range, the buyers are just like, oh, hell no. This house should not be in the $300,000 price range. And they're out of there. That's it. You know, so our job is to price these homes properly or as close to it as possible. One way I'm going to give you guys some advice to try to price homes properly is there's a class that you could take. Do I have it in? Huh. Well, there's a class that you could take. And I'll look it up and I'll show you. We'll go to the website and I'll show you the class that you could take. It's from the Ottawa group. I'm probably mispronouncing that, OTTEAU.com. They have a CMA workshop, and they have seasonal workshops if they're not doing the CMA workshop right now. you could always take the seasonal workshop, which will touch on CMAs too. And it will at least give you data that'll help you price homes a little bit better. Anyway, so net listing, it's illegal in New Jersey. In New Jersey, any listing that we get, how do commissions have to be expressed? In New Jersey, listings have to be expressed on any contract or listing agreement. It has to be a blank line expressed as a percentage of the sales price or a dollar amount. We cannot have a big question mark, you know, depending on how much the house sells for. That leaves too much opportunity for inappropriate behavior or trying to take advantage of somebody or being dishonest with them about what the true market value of the property is. We'll probably tend to undervalue it so that we know that we're going to earn some money off of it on the end. That's why net listings are illegal in New Jersey. It has to be expressed as a dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price. And it has to be a blank line that we're going to have to fill in. Because if it's, remember, in New Jersey, we cannot have a prescribed fee schedule. Do you remember what that is?
That's when, oh.
When you give them the, when you do this, when you give them limited choices to select from, circle one. That's not negotiable. That's what we call a prescribed fee schedule. That's illegal in New Jersey. Some states it may be legal. In New Jersey, it is not. You can't just have this on a listing agreement. Listing agreements in New Jersey have to be a blank line that they then fill out. You can't be like, oh, okay, I'll select one of these. Okay, the MLS is the multiple listings service. These days, we refer to it more like a system because it's the computer system that we put it into in order to share our listing inventory with other brokerages. So listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours, unless the owner directs us not to. And then we need to get them, if they direct us not to, then we need to get them to sign what?
Waiver broker of cooperation.
The waiver of broker cooperation agreement, correct. Now, subagency, what is that? It's when an agent from within the listing company's office brings the buyer in, or when you work with an outside company, both partnering, representing the same client. There would be some sort of a subagency agreement there. Okay, how the owner sees their home versus the public, okay? This is the way the owner sees their home. They think they got that castle. This is the way the real estate agent sees their home, and this is the way the appraiser sees it, okay? This is the only one that matters because most people are not gonna have the cash to pay for the house at all cash. So they're probably gonna have to get a mortgage loan. And the lender is not gonna lend them the money unless the appraiser tells them that that property is worth it. Because remember, that house is gonna serve as collateral for the loan in the event of default. And the lender has to foreclose on them, right? Right.
Right.
And we already went over this in an earlier chapter, all the different MLSs that are in the state of New Jersey, right? We have 8 MLSs that are primarily for residential use. Now, all 8 of them have the listings for all 21 counties in the state. However, we should put listings in the proper MLSs because some MLSs will be primary in certain areas because they're used by the agents more in those areas. That would be the primary MLS for the area, okay? Garden State MLS, probably covering the most of North Central Jersey. CJ MLS, formerly called the Middlesex County MLS, its main coverage area is Middlesex County. You got the Monmouth Ocean County MLS, or MOM MLS, covers Monmouth County and northern part of Ocean. because the southern part of Ocean is covered by the Southern Ocean County MLS. We got the Hudson County MLS that covers Hudson County, except for the northernmost section, which is covered by NJ MLS, as well as Bergen and Passaic. We got Trend MLS, which covers everything below the waist of Jersey, right? Actually, it even covers Mercer. Mercer and these straight down, except for Cape May. Cape May County MLS is covered by Cape May County, or covers Cape May County. And then we have our commercial MLSs, CoStar, LoopNet, CIMLS. Okay. Terminations of listings. This is the same way we terminate an agency relationship that we went over in chapter 3. The broker simply does not perform. They're not doing their job. That doesn't mean that they didn't bring a buyer. That means that they're not advertising, marketing, doing any open houses. They're not spending any time on the property. Expiration of the time period, the listing expired. Abandonment by the broker. I guess it's kind of the same thing as the performance, right? Revocation by the owner. However, the owner may still be owing us a commission if they still sell the property, even if they relist it with another company. If they or they sell on their own, they may still be required to pay us a commission if they sell it before our listing agreement expires. Which I'm going to show you. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, how would you be aware of that? So if the seller takes the listing away from you, they don't want to do it with you anymore, and they give it to someone else and they sell the house, like, how would you know that that house has been sold? How are you notified?
I'll see it in the MLS. I'll take a look. I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay.
You got to have some kind of suspicion. I mean, if the owner can sell on their own, you may not know until after the fact. And if that's the case, then you could go after them and sue them, because according to your contract you had with them, they got to pay you a commission if the property sells within that certain date. They sell the property on their own, and look, they could have sold it on their own, or they could have sold it to somebody that they started talking to that was introduced to the property during the listing period. We're owed the commission during that term.
Now, how do you, so now do you call that person and say, hey, or do you send them paperwork? Like, how do you go about doing that?
Well, if they're going to be terminating a listing with us, I'm going to have a conversation with them about this to begin with.
Okay.
And if you sell the property on your own, or if you relist it, we're still entitled to a commission, because this is not an unconditional release. This is if we're just canceling the listing, but it's not canceling the commission agreement. You still sell the property while we're to anybody that was introduced to you during this listing term, or if you sell it to anyone else during this listing while this listing commission agreement was our original commission agreement was still active, you owe us the full commission still. Bottom line. Okay. And I'm not going to go and make it a point and start saying, and we will sue you to get it. I'm not going to go, yeah, but we will, but I'm not gonna be like, and we'll sue you if you don't, I'm not gonna go there. Cancellation by the broker, cancellation by mutual consent between the parties, bankruptcy, death, insanity, mental disease or defect that covers, destruction or condemnation of the property, or change in the property use by outside forces. They change the zoning. Okay, that's a way to cancel that listing. All right, property information that we need to collect for listings. Okay, instead of just showing you all this list of things, these are items that we need to collect from the owner when getting a listing. Oh, a lot of information here. All right, and a lot of that information is also listed on our, depending on the MLS that you're going to put that listing in. We have listing input sheets. Let me pull one up. Here's a listing input sheet from the Garden State MLS for a single family home. Okay. All the fields in red are the required ones. Okay. It's a good idea to bring these forms with you. You're not just going to go there with a blank pad and try to think of all the things that you walk around and try to write down every detail that you see in the house. It's a good idea. You come there, you make a note with this, you look around the house, you get all this information about the property. And we write down all this information, because all the information in red anyway is the stuff, the required fields that were required to enter into the MLS. But I will try to enter as much information as I can about the property. And then we're going to need the rooms, what level they're on, what the room sizes are, bop, bop, bop. We have them, and we have the owner's initial each page and sign the last page of that, because we're going to have to also submit this form to the MLS as well. When we enter in the listing, we need to enter, show them that the seller signed off on it, that they were okay with that listing. Agents, and then the agents or the broker would sign and put their info, and so would the owners sign off on that. Okay, so that's a lot of the information that we need to gather about the property. Everything from heating systems, type of fuel used, architectural style of the buildings, the color of the building. Don't forget that one. That may seem kind of simple, right? What color was the house? You may be so concentrated on the details of getting this listing that you forget the simple stuff, like, were there curbs out in the street on that property? Some streets don't have curbs, Did they have curbs there? Did they have a sidewalk? What was the color of the exterior of the house? Was it vinyl or aluminum siding? Or did you check? Oh! Now you're back at the office and you're guessing, I got to go back to the property. So if you got this form here, it tells you everything and that you need to know. All right. So that's the information that we need to gather for the listings. And then we also have the commission agreement, the listing commission agreement. Here's the sample listing commission agreement from the Garden State MLS. All the owner's information and the property information, the brokerage's information, the listing price, the agency information, the type of agent, how we're planning on working, type of agency, the amount of commission, whether it's for sale or for rent, if they're going to allow us to put a lockbox on the property or not, how much broker cooperation, the commission split that we're offering to outside agencies that bring in the buyer, if they're working as a sub-agent, buyer's agent, or transaction broker, who's working as a sub-agent.
An agent within the office?
That's an agent within the office. So if another agent within your brokerage brings the buyer, that's how much they're going to get paid. If an outside agency that's only representing the buyer as their agent, they're going to get paid this amount. If an outside agency is working with someone else, but not in an agency capacity, but as a transaction broker, that's how much they're getting paid. Okay, so this is how we specify that. And then this is how it would get split if it was a rental listing. And then more details on that, and then we sign off on that, and more details about information about the listing. All right.
So we fill this form out, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Gotcha.
We got to fill out a lot of paperwork when we get a listing.
Gotcha.
Okay. Don't forget all those disclosures too. CIS, lead paint disclosure. If the property was built prior to 1978, disclose dual agency agreements. You got to get a lot of paperwork filled out by them. Seller's property condition disclosure report that discloses all the information, any work that they may have done on the property, any problems that they may be aware of about the property. If it's a rental listing, actually, no, we'll get into that later. So we need to go over all those disclosures with them. and the listing agreements and so on and so forth. All right, we need to find out from them certain information. It's a good idea when you go set up that listing agreement, that listing appointment, to ask that seller if they could prepare. First of all, ask them to make sure that all the owners are there at the listing appointment, okay? You don't want to meet with one of the owners, you want to meet with them all. And you want all those decision makers who are going to sign that paperwork there. And then you want to also make sure that ask them if they have a copy of their original deed when they bought the property and a copy of their survey available, so that you could maybe snap a picture of that and have at least a scan of it in PDF form already. You got a copy that you can make available. And you could see who all the owners listed are, how they own the property, in severalty, in common, by the entirety, or joint tenancy. And then you could be aware of other issues that are potentially issues there. You should have an app on your cell phone, a scanning app. Okay, I'm not sure what app would be on Apple. Actually, this would probably work on Apple too, but I got one for my my Android here. It's called Adobe Scan. It's a free app called Adobe Scan. And not the Adobe Acrobat or any of those, or Adobe Fill and Sign. Those are different. There's a free application called Adobe Scan. And this app would allow you to scan, you take a picture, use your cell phone's camera. Most cell phones have high quality cameras on them these days. You use that Adobe Scan app, you could snap a picture of it, of whatever document it is, and it'll even snap the picture for you. It'll locate the four corners of the page, and it'll snap a picture once it gets in focus, and then it'll allow you to adjust if the markings are off a little bit, to snap to the edges of the page. And then it could add multiple pages to the same document. You could create just images out of them, or it'll create a PDF document for you, which PDF is better. It's better for printing, it's better for sharing, okay? And now you've got the property's a deed, you've got the survey of the property, so you know where the boundary lines are or any other issues that came up, and you can make that stuff available to potential buyers too. So you want to have that survey. You should also search the tax records when going in for a listing, so that you could have the be aware of the taxes on the property. Don't just ask that homeowner how much do they pay on taxes, because they could be a senior or a veteran and they could be getting certain tax discounts or breaks, or disabled, right? We have to advertise what the true tax figure of the property is, not the discounted price that current owner is paying, because the next owner is not going to be paying that amount. We need to have the true tax figure there, okay? But we need to get from that seller any HOA fees or dues that they're paying there, because we got to put those in the listing too, that the buyer needs to be aware of. We need to ask them if the property is distressed. Are they going through a short sale, foreclosure, divorce, bankruptcy? Has a sheriff's auction been scheduled already or not? These are important things. They're important issues for us to know how aggressively we should price or market this property. If the property's in foreclosure, if there's a sheriff's sale there, we need to be a little more aggressive in trying to sell that property. We should ask them who all the utility companies are and get that contact information. Do they have septic or well septic or city sewer, well water or city services? Any chattel that may be included in the sale, like are you including the refrigerator, washer, dryer? Okay. And what anticipated date of occupancy or possession date could they turn over that property to potential buyers? That's one of the mandatory things that has to be addressed and put into the MLS as well. All right, is the seller possibly offering any seller financing, or can they even? What's the zoning classification of the property? Is it residential, commercial, mixed use? Is the property in a flood zone or not? Ooh, flood zone. How do we know that? Well, there are 100-year flood zones and 500-year flood zones. If it's in a 100-year flood zone, it requires the owner to carry flood insurance. If it's in a 500-year flood zone, it does not. That means if it's in a 500-year flood zone, the property is going to most likely flood at least once every 500 years. If it's in a 100-year flood zone, it's going to flood at least once every 100 years. And that would require a flood insurance. You could go to FEMA website, and here's a direct link to it, and you could search a property's address and it'll show you if it's in a flood zone or not. But sometimes it's not perfectly clear. You may be shown on the border of water, or flood maps get redrawn. And if there's any additional documents stated on the website, then you would have to look at those additional documents and read them as well, because the flood maps may not have been altered yet, but you got to look at the additional documentation that it may now be in a flood zone. The only sure way to really tell if it's in a flood zone, well, actually, there's two ways. A surer way would be to talk to the buyer's lender. They'll check their flood maps and let you know if they need to have flood insurance. But you could argue that too, because the ultimate way of finding out if you're in a flood zone is when you get the survey done, get an elevation report from the surveyor. They don't just measure the distance around the property, they could also measure elevation.
It's kind of a lot of information to know as a new agent. Like, how will you remember all that?
It is. Well, right on the listing, the input sheet, it asks, is it in a flood zone or not? You could ask that owner right outright, is the property in a flood zone? But then also don't forget to do your search when you get back to the office on it too. So you kind of, that listing input sheet could work as a kind of a guide for you too, to remember all the stuff. Right? So you could plug in an address of a property here, and it'll pull up a map kind of like this one here. It'll show you if it's in a flood zone. It'll be shaded like this. But if you're outside of a flood zone, are you in a flood zone? Maybe still. If you got to look and see if there's any additional documents attached to it, to the search. So this is that link that's on that slideshow. It'll take you here on the FEMA website, Federal Emergency Management website, to tell you if it's in a flood zone or not. They got their mapping system. And I also have this link in our class Word document, class links Word document. Okay. Licensee should also ask for a copy of the seller's deed, survey, or the title insurance, or all the above. Okay, responsibility for disclosure. Okay, hold on a second. Let's do some highlighting. Page 149, termination of listings. Highlight the title, termination of listing, and put a highlighted box around all those bullet points. Because for exam, they may ask you, what are the different ways that a listing can be terminated? Turn the page, turn the page. We talk about the property information for listings. We went over them in the slides. Page 153, responsibility for disclosure, responsibility for investigation. Well, we're at responsibility for disclosure right here. That entails disclosing all material information about the property. Licensees are required to investigate and disclose all material information about a property. What is material information? Chapter 3 stuff.
Material information?
It's any information, usually about the property's physical condition, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. It's not necessarily problems with the house. Those are material defects. Material information could be how many bedrooms and how many baths, what's the architectural style, How much are the taxes on the property? Is it in a flood zone? Because then it would require flood insurance. Is there a garage? Is it attached or detached? What kind of heating fuel is used? Does it have air conditioning? What kind of air conditioning? These are all factors that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing, and ergo, it is material information. So we are responsible for investigating and disclosing that information. So we got that MLS input sheet like I showed you a couple minutes ago. Well, here's a link to it that you could actually download it and look at it yourself later on if you want. The one from Garden State MLS. Here's a link directly to them. All the listing input sheets. Because, hold on a second. Make that link clickable. Now it's clickable. So I click it. That doesn't only take us to that one listing input sheet. See, most MLSs, you don't have access to the listing input sheets in a public forum. You have to log in to get to be able to even see them. Garden State MLS, you could get to it if you navigate through their website. I have a direct link to it here. You can see their list. This is their input sheet, the one I just showed you for the single family homes. You got multifamily, vacant land, commercial, business, rentals. The FHA compliance certificate, if it's going to be a senior housing or 55 plus community. Coming soon listing disclosure. If you're not going to include the seller's name or phone number, Garden State MLS requires you to fill out another addendum to get that seller's permission not to do so in the listing. Here's a copy of their listing agreement. Anytime you change the status of a listing, change the price on it, or change information, extend the listing, you need to fill out a change form here, okay? They got the latest Attorney General's memorandum here. Let me see, is that the latest Attorney General's memorandum? Could this possibly be the latest? Yes, it was updated. Remember, I was having trouble finding it earlier. We couldn't find it on the Civil Rights website.
Nice.
We were showing the one from 2018. Here it is. Oh, they added more bullet points. All right, well, they added more bullet points here, so. Okay, it looks like they added some things here about biases and discrimination. Okay, so okay, we got section 8. So they added, remember I told you to put in TRA to add to your form? Well, now they added it to there. The temporary rental assistance, the one that comes from the Catholic Charities and such. Well, they made that one longer. All right, well, I'll have to look at that later. Anyway, they got the link of that there. This is the latest link for the latest version of the Attorney General's memorandum pertaining to the New Jersey laws against discrimination. Let me just make a note of that. I will put that link in the Word document, the AG memorandum. Hello. There we go. Oh. Listed as lad. I don't even have it in there. Oh, it's because I have it in the actual document in the listed in the shared folder. That's all right. I'm gonna write it here. Attorney General's memorandum. Boom. We'll have a link directly to it. I hope that'll work as a link. So I don't know why this web browser is doing that. It copies it over like that. All right. So boom, save that, and I will add that. I'll upload that so this way the latest link is there. And I'm also going to download this form, and I'm going to put it into our shared drive with the note supplements where I already have an Attorney General's memorandum. I'm going to add this document there as well. So they got the latest Attorney General's memorandum there. That was cool. We found something new there. All right. And then we could go back to the slideshow. So where do you get listings from? Where do you get your listings from?
The MLS.
No. How do you get listings as a real estate agent? Who do you get listings?
From the seller.
You get them from your sphere of influence.
From your what?
Your sphere of influence.
Yes, your sphere of influence. What is a sphere of influence? That is fancy wording that you use there. Your sphere of influence. Huh.
I was gonna say we didn't read that.
That's a term that's used in brokerage offices, okay? Your sphere of influence, look, this is you. Everybody around you, who's the closest people to you?
Friends and family.
Well, family, friends, friends of friends, co-workers, acquaintances, people you know from, I don't know, church, your activity groups, whatever things that you do for fun. So basically, you build out the people that are closest to you and work your way out. And you reach out to everybody that you know within that sphere to let them know that you're into business. Because one thing you don't want to be is a secret agent. You want everybody to know that you're in a business. Because I'm telling you, especially in this first ring, that first ring, who's that in your first ring? Your family. Your family's the closest to you. The first time that you find out that one of your close family members listed their property for sale with a different agent, you're going to be pissed. Let everybody know that you are in the business. Now, it's kind of easy to do these days with social media, though. We got Facebook, right? Make sure, though, that you don't advertise business activities on your personal page. Create a Facebook biz page. All right? You got to create a Facebook business page, and then you could advertise that page on your own personal, you could share the links from that business page on your own personal page. That's the way to not violate their terms of service. But either way, once you get your license, let everybody know that you're in the business. Tell them, don't just tell them, hey, just got my license, let me practice on you. You got to let them know, hey, just to let everybody know, post your business card, just to let everybody know, I now have my license at ABC Realty, okay? And post your business card. Some people may be posting, oh, wow, I didn't even know you were an agent. I didn't know you had your license. And then your response could just be, yep, I do. All right. You know what? Certain things you don't want to advertise. You don't want to advertise on brand spanking new. Come on, please be my guinea pig. Let me practice on you. Right? You don't want to let people know that. but you don't want to lie to people either. So the best way to let everybody know is by saying, just want to let everybody know I now have my license at ABC Realty, and post your business card, right? That's probably the best way to do it. But other ways, places to get business, you let everybody know that you're in the biz, but that's only the people that you know, your friends, family, coworkers, etc. That is your sphere of influence. Social media, but you got to obey their terms of service. I just told you how. Create a business page. Have your own real estate website. Remember I told you that cheap one for $99 that you could get? I saved that resource with you, websitebox.com. Blogging, answer questions, talk to people about real estate issues. You could take articles that you find out there about real estate and post them on your website or your Facebook page or your social media page, and then comment on them. You could refer to other articles. Isn't that what people in the media do? They often get news stories that other people wrote, and then they make commentary on other people's news stories. As long as you give them credit for the news story and you say, we're commenting on the news story originally by this person, and here's a link to it. And this is what it's about. So then you republish that news story, give them credit for it, and then you comment about things and maybe put your own 2 cents in. And basically you're educating the public now. And the more and more that you make posts like this and people read it, and you're making original content now, that's good for search engines. It puts higher ranking on your websites and stuff. People will also look to you as an expert now because you're so involved in real estate. Aren't you the person who's always posting stuff about real estate online? You know, that's the people that they're going to go to for when they need somebody for real estate. But don't start advertising when you get listings. Don't go putting them on your Facebook personal page. I mean, I don't like advertising listings on Facebook, period. You know, when you're searching for a home, is your first thought, let me go to Facebook and look for a home on Facebook?
No.
Not mine either. I just want to get your feedback because I don't.
No.
I wouldn't think that it was anybody else's either go-to. Hey, I got to look for a house. Let me look on Facebook, you know? No. So why do so many agents, every time they get a listing, they litter Facebook with the crap that they want to sell? Look, that's just like the people that are into their weight loss stuff. You know, they got their weight loss concoctions or whatever kind of trinkets that some people, you guys got friends that sell stuff, they make stuff, they sell stuff, they try to resell stuff, and they're constantly posting shit that you don't want to see.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, do you guys got that, or is it just me? You know, I mean, I see people like that all the time. And what do you do when you're constantly getting crap from them? Now your eyes start glazing over every time they make a post, and you're like, oh, they're probably selling some more of that weight loss garbage or whatever, you know, pushing this or that, you know. And so you tend to click on that little arrow next to it that then says show less of these. And now isn't your advertising kind of defeating the purpose, because now people aren't seeing any posts that you're making because they're showing your post as less relevant because they don't want to see your garbage anymore, which is always solicitations. So doing that is kind of failing on the surface of what it was meant to do. You advertise on the real estate websites or on your own real estate site, on Facebook, social media, stuff like that. You want to put engaging content that people could find interesting, that could go viral, and you always have links back to your website about it. Remember the advertising rules. You got to have links to your brokerage's website. You got to have your company name. You got to have the phone number. You should have a link to your website as well. And this is where that content is coming from. You could even have teasers where it's only part of the article, or I would write the article on my own website, and then I would post the link to that page on Facebook, and then Facebook will pull up the images and have that teaser there, right? Isn't that how a lot of you guys share information now? You see it on a website, you want to share it on Facebook, and now when people click on it, where do they go? They go to that other website to see the full story, right? That's how you drive traffic to your websites. Make interesting, engaging stuff. If it's Halloween season in October, what are you going to do? Make a video because video gets you higher rankings too. How to carve a pumpkin. And then, of course, keep it branded. Have your company logo and your name and contact information and all that stuff there, right? Keep all that stuff. That's how you advertise. You got to keep your advertising information there. You know, oh, yeah, that's that real estate agent that pastes all that helpful information, how to decorate the house during the holidays, how to make pumpkins, how to do this, the helpful, how to clean things, you know, when selling a house, here's some useful advice, you know, but they're not always posting up, here's my latest overpriced listing that I don't need, okay? Instead, they're posting information that you could use. Anybody could use, even if they're not looking for a home. That's how you stay relevant, because people like it, they share it, you get viral, right? Take pictures, you got a pretty nice looking room or something, or a fireplace, you know, not the whole house you're posting for sale, but maybe you like a nice fireplace or the way something is decorated. Take a picture of it and maybe put it on like Instagram or Facebook or something like that. Don't put the address of the property and stuff there. Just show, I got a listing that's got a beautiful fireplace like this, you know. Mailings and postcards. I showed you guys how you could get cheap postcards made up and how to get the cheap postage. Remember that? Got Print and the USPS Every Door Direct Mail. Networking with lenders and asset managers for bank-owned properties, or like HUD for their foreclosed properties, Fannie Mae, Indy Mac. Billboards or the mini billboards, your business cards. Get a lot of them printed out and hand them out like they're going out of style. Always get a lot of business cards. Your brokers may pay for your first box of 1,000 business cards, or they may not. Good thing to find out when interviewing if they do. If they give you a name tag, whatever, with your company's logo and stuff, you know, take that, wear it at the company list when you go to listings and do business, show properties and such. All right. Okie doke. Let me see, bus stop benches, public garbage and recycle bin covers. You see people putting their ads on those things. Public events like street fairs and such. Join a business networking group where the businesses promote each other. Your churches or social groups that you may be a member of. Any hobbies? You guys got any hobbies or sports that you guys are engaged in? Golf, pool, bowling, sports, knitting club. I don't care what it is, you know, reading club, whatever it is. Diner placemats, although they don't work well, but you see agents always advertising on them. They're expensive. Promotional materials, business cards, squeeze balls, calendars. You guys want to know how to get rich quick in real estate? Find some crap to sell a real estate agent, because they're always trying to get business and they'll try anything. As you can see here with all this different ideas I'm giving you right now. Branded t-shirts, hats, pens, squeeze balls, you name it, you know. But before you guys use any of this, I'm going to give you some advice. Think from the perspective of a buyer or a seller or a client. Is this going to catch my eye? Is this going to keep me in front of them? When's the last time you guys ever bought anything that was advertised on a diner placemat? You know, when you go to a diner, they put the placemat out. Sometimes people have paid advertising on them. You guys ever use a service or buy something from a diner placemat?
Nope, don't even look at it.
You look at it, you scribble on it, or something may even be interesting, but you always forget to rip it out or take a copy of it or do something or ever reach out to them. So that stuff don't work. And it's expensive. They'll tell you, oh, it's cheap. You just got to pay for it monthly. This is how it's going to break down to. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, but you got to pay for it because they print them all in one run. So you got to pay for like the whole year in advance. All right, which comes out to a lot. Shopping carts, you know, in the supermarkets, those stands where you get the coupon books from, those things can be a little pricey too. You know what's not as expensive as you may think? TV advertising. Now, advertising on national TV, you don't need. Okay, that's expensive. But advertising on cable the cable networks can break it down by demographic of who you're advertising to, not just by geographic location, but also by the demographics of the people of your target audience, because they know your cable company knows your age range. They know they probably know your gender, your you know, all the information about you, whether you're married or single. They probably have a lot of that information already. Your geographic area, so you could actually target an audience in an affordable way through television. Radio tends to be more expensive, but for some people it works. You know, internet's a great way. Real estate magazines and newspapers, those print medias, some of them could be a little pricey, but there is real estate magazines out there that are a little cheaper, the ones that are printed every bi-weekly. Targeting for sale by owners or expired listings. These are people you know that already want to sell. Each one of those, though, has a unique objections that you need to overcome. Expired listings, they've already dealt with real estate agents that you're going to have to deal with some of those biases now. Biases, yeah. For sale by owners, well, they're trying to save a buck, so you're going to have to try to deal with their unique issues. But these are just some places where you get listings from. Right? You want to get buyers? Where can you get buyers right away? Free. Host an open house for another agent's listing in your office. How about you put postcards in apartment buildings? Right? Those people are all potential buyers. All right, so here's some agent ad resources that I give for you. A bunch of tools here. I already told you about this one, the Everydoor Direct Mail, Got Print for the cheap printing. Here's for the cheap $99 one-time fee website. Realty Juggler is a good tool for creating flyers and keeping track of expenses and such. You have, what's another one for keeping track of expenses? That is QuickBooks Self-Employed, I think it's called. You guys should get that as an app. Here's one called Prospects Plus. It's a little pricey, but it's software that updates on a regular basis, and they have professional designers that customize them depending on the different types of listing seasons. They're very ingenious with their different advertising for flyers and postcards and business card designs and all kinds of stuff. It's a software where it gets delivered. You open up the software, it has it in there. It's graphic editing that it could, you could adjust those marketing materials for sending them to print shops or for printing them yourselves. And you could just customize it with your photo and change the type and just use all the imaging that they already prepared. You don't have to do that. You don't have to be a designer. The Red X is an excellent tool for lead generation. It'll scan the MLS using your logins for the MLSs that you're a member of. It'll search for sale by owner websites. It'll cross-reference it with public databases, find out if people are on do not call lists. It'll do all that stuff for you. When you search, for example, I told you about those expired listings. You have to make sure that the listing has not been relisted, because if you're trying to solicit the business from another broker, that's illegal. So make sure that if you're trying to get a listing that it had not been relisted, you got to search the MLS, make sure it wasn't relisted again. This tool will do that for you. It'll save you a lot of time. It'll do it in an instant.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's very useful, and it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. You pay a subscription fee, a monthly fee for that. Homes.com is a great place to advertise your listings when you have them, where people can get them in one click. All right. Realtor.com has a lot of, you can advertise on. People know that one, Realtor.com. Realtor.org is our website. Realtor.com is the public's website. Here is a tool for you. It's free. It's included in your Realtor dues, guys. The website is NAR RPR. This is a place where you guys can make those listing presentations, and the when you're doing the CMAs, it'll create the CMA presentations for you. And there's a cell phone app that I suggest that you download that accompanies it. let me look to my real estate apps. It's called, what is it called? It's called RPR. You see this? That's the
What is it?
RPR. What?
What is it? What's the app?
RPR it's called.
What's it?
So it's, the website is NAR RPR. The application is just called RPR, Real Property Resources. And when you click on it to open it in your cell phone, automatically the window comes up and it shows me, it uses my GPS in my cell phone, and it tells me if I'm in front of a property that's listed for sale, it'll immediately just pull up on that screen that property's information. I don't even have to search. It's cool. If you're not in front of a listing, it'll pull up all the properties in the geographic area of where you currently are for properties for sale, new listings, recently sold, and distressed properties. I got all that information on screen in front of me right now, and I just opened the app. That's all I did. I pressed one button, boom. Or you could click on the map search, and when you click on the map search, it'll bring up the map and it'll show you all the properties on a map. You could widen that search radius. You could change there's filters down below that you could fill out for the search criteria on that. If you go to the website, NAR RPR.
Hey, Victor.
Yeah.
Say that we have access to that website through our realtor dues, but this app, do we need a login or anything, or?
You will create when you get your realtor, this is also included in your realtor dues, the app and the website. They work together.
Yeah, we can only use it once we get our license, right?
Yeah, once you get your license and you become a member of the Realtors Association. So here's NAR RPR. It'll take you here. See, my primary MLS when I joined was Garden State MLS at the time. So I got that here. And look, I'm just going to sign in. And it got all kinds of information. You could search for information and reports about properties. You could pull up reports, details about a property. You plug in the address. You can look up for sale. You can look up neighborhood information in particular towns. Look, tour the RPR map, make a pre-listing presentation, create a CMA, create an investor analysis, track market activity in an area, create a report, and it'll show you how to do all that stuff. Okay, we go to that learning menu. They show you videos on teaching you how to do that. It'll pull up detailed information about neighborhoods, the schools, or market activity in a certain town or zip code, or near an address or a neighborhood. It's pretty cool. It pulls up a lot of information about the neighborhood, the property, crime rates. It'll look up all kinds of information. Pretty neat, pretty cool tool. And it's included in your dues. So I'm helping you out by introducing you to it so that you're aware of its existence and yet you use the tools that you're already paying for. You might as well use them, right? Check this out. I'm giving you an awesome resource here. There's a company called Seraph. This is an Australian company, Seraph. They make software. A lot of people are familiar with Adobe Photoshop and PageMaker and some of those advanced tools. Some of them are kind of advanced and hard to use though. And Adobe products tend to be kind of expensive. Well, Seraph, this company Seraph, they have this affinity line of products that do all those things. They actually are pretty good competition for Adobe because they're that powerful of a tool. Let me see, what was that? Seraph.com. I'm just going to type in seraph.com and it'll automatically take you to their affinity tool line. Hello. and it automatically redirect you here. I just typed in serif.com and it automatically took me to affinity.serif.com. And you may have to put in English if you want it in the English language here. But they got different tools, photo, designer, like a page publisher and layout for creating business cards, all kinds of stuff. So they got graphic editors, publishing workbooks, flyer designs. Look at the price of their software. It's only $50. And these things are on par. They're just as powerful, almost just as powerful. They're pretty damn close to Adobe, which those Adobe products can cost thousands of dollars if you buy them outright, or you have to pay monthly subscriptions in them, which probably costs more than this. And this way you own the software outright. And this software is really powerful stuff. And look, they got all kinds of tutorials and stuff. They'll show you how to do and make projects. They got video tutorials on their websites too. And the tools are cheap, $50. So I'm sharing that resource with you. You're welcome. Top Producer is another type of, it's a contact manager, kind of like Realty Juggler. Realty Juggler is $99 a year. Top Producers, a lot more. But it's a contact manager. It also includes like the neighborhood information, kind of like NAR RPR has built into it. It keeps track of your expenses and stuff. You could have a website through them as well. So it's more expensive, but it's got a lot of information in it, topproducer.com. That's another tool for you guys. And then here's a resource for you guys for a free QR code generator. You guys know what the QR codes are? No? Yes?
No.
Okay. A QR code is, it's kind of like a barcode scanner.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So how is that going to help you? What do you need a barcode scanner for? Well, first of all, you should have in your cell phone a barcode reader so that you could scan like product IDs. Like there's barcodes on most products, and you could boop, and you could get information about the products. Well, look at that. You could create those barcode scans and customize the information that people get on them. I'm trying to open it up on a website, show you what it does. Like say you want to share your contact information with people. You could create a QR code. You see this here? Here's one way that a barcode could look. It could look like a barcode, or it could look like this square box like this. You could put them in your advertisements. You could put them, just have an image that you could have it on your website. You could have it on a real estate sign rider that people can scan. And when they scan, well, what information does it give them? Well, you could select, you could put in there that it's going to, when they scan, it's going to take them to a certain website address, a URL, or a contact card, a VR, they call it a V card. That when they scan it, it'll put all this information in their contact manager about you, your website, your name, your company name, your phone number. You could just by scanning that, all your information is added into their contact manager on their cell phone. You could put in custom texts that they're going to get, custom text message when they scan that. Like if they want information about a property or information about your services, your company, you can have it all in a big document that when they click on, when they scan this, they get that. Or you could have a text message sent to them. When they scan this, a text message is going to get sent to them with whatever information you want them to get. You could have an email in the QR code. You could scan that and an email will be sent to them. Or they could, for Wi-Fi information, like if it's in a store or something. There's all kinds of audio. It'll play an audio file for them where you could talk and explain whatever it is that you want when they just scan something. Or it'll send them a PDF, or they'll like your Facebook page or Twitter or whatever. Or it'll show them images, you know? You guys getting an idea of how a QR code can be helpful and useful to you in your marketing?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Continue recording. All right. Cooperation with other licensees. We have to cooperate with all other licensees when we get a listing. If it's available for us to show, it must be available for other agencies to show as well. And we need to, only when an owner directs us not to share the listings, do we not publish it in the MLS. And if that's the case, we need to also sign that, get them to sign that CYA form that we call the Waiver of Broker Cooperation Agreement, right? Need to know what that's called. And you need to know who can direct you not to cooperate with other brokers, only the owner. Listings must be shared with other agencies. And how do we do that? We put it in the MLS. How soon do listings need to be entered into the MLS? Within 48 hours. Any written offer that comes in, we have to forward that within 24 hours to our clients, right? So written offers have to be presented or forwarded within 24 hours. Listings put in the MLS within 48, unless the owner directs us not to, and then we get them to sign the Waiver of Broker Cooperation. All right. All commissions are negotiable in New Jersey, correct? Yes, they are. So, commission rates are negotiable between the client and the listing agent, the listing broker. All listing agreements must contain the words all listing agreements must contain 1 to 4 family dwelling units, must contain a notice that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. If a for sale by owner we're preparing a contract for, we must have a required disclosure that we don't engage in illegal price fixing, which is outlawed by the Sherman Antitrust Act, right? That's not the wording that gets put into the actual into the actual contract. See, if we get a for sale by owner, the FSBO, for sale by owner, we're preparing a contract for a for sale by owner property that was not listed. Well, they didn't have all those listing agreements that had the disclosures in them. So we have to, because the property was never listed, so we got to write a phrase in that contract that says, what does it says? See if I have it here. No, I don't. Well, let's do a little highlighting first, and then I'll go over what the phrase is. For responsibility under investigations or investigation on page 153, we're going to highlight the second sentence. New Jersey Real Estate Commission rules and regulations clearly require licensees ascertain all pertinent information about a property that's been accepted for a listing. The results of the licensee's investigations must be made known to all prospective purchasers. I put a bracket around the following paragraph that basically says that failure to disclose any defects or any defect that would have been apparent if a licensee did a reasonable investigation, they bothered to walk through the property, could hold them liable for not pointing out those problems to the buyer. Highlight New Jersey Real Estate License Act further requires that, and then highlight the second bullet point. The listing contain a definite date of termination. Then under cooperation with other licensees, highlight every licensee must fully cooperate with all other New Jersey licensees in the sale of listed property unless specifically ordered not to do so by the owner. The waiver of broker cooperation is the document that they would have to sign. And then any MLS must receive listings within, we're going to highlight any MLS must receive listings within 48 hours of signing, and any written offer has to be presented within 24. So basically that whole first paragraph. Not only do we negotiate at the time for the listing, when we get the listing, what the commission is going to be, the total, we also have to put on the listing agreements what the split is going to be. As I showed you when I showed you the listing agreement earlier, how much we're offering to other agencies, whoever's bringing in the buyer. Commissions are negotiable. And if it's a for sale by owner, if we're putting an offer in on a property that's not listed, we still have to go and give the disclosure to purchasers that we do not engage in illegal price fixing. That states, what does it state? Under negotiability of commissions, it says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, by any trade association, or any multiple listing service. But that's only, we got to put that wording in contracts when it's not a listed property. Because if we had a listing, the seller's agent would have disclosed that in the paperwork. All right, let's turn the page. This is the property condition disclosure. Let's skip that. And go to page 163. Okay, so that seller property condition disclosure is one way that we disclose not just defects, but material information, how we gather it from the owner, whether they did improvements to the house, what's being included with the sale, if they're including any personal property, if they're taking something with them. That would be disclosed in that seller's property condition disclosure report. And just in case you weren't here for chapter 3 when we went over that, this is the seller property condition disclosure report. Let me just pull it up really quick. I mean, you have it right here from pages, the previous pages, but I'm going to show it up on screen as well. I'm going to share it here. So this is the latest one from New Jersey Realtors. They prepared it, but you could use any disclosure. You don't have to use this one. You could prepare your own too. The law doesn't require you use this. All right, but the law requires that we disclose to that sellers disclose to potential buyers, not just problems, but all material information. But they do have a requirement to be honest and disclose all material information that includes problems to potential buyers. By having a seller fill out some sort of disclosure statement like this, we're protecting that homeowner when they're listing their property with us. In the event that they get sued, we can't prevent them from getting sued because there's frivolous lawsuits all the time. However, we can help protect them and minimize their liability in the event they do get sued, simply by having that seller, that owner, fill out a seller property condition disclosure report that if they get sued, they're limited to actual damages. However, if we don't have them fill out any disclosure statement and they get sued, they can be held liable for, I forget if it's double or triple the actual cost of the damages. So we are helping limit the owner's liability in the event of lawsuit by having them fill out one of these forms and asking them to be honest on it and fill it out accurately. There's questions about occupancy, questions about the roof, attics, basements, crawl spaces. We have questions about wood destroying insects, dry rot and pests, structural questions, questions about additions and remodels that may have been done, questions about plumbing, sewage, plumbing, water, and sewage systems. There's questions about heating and air conditioning systems, wood burning stoves and fireplaces, electrical systems, questions about the land, such as the soil itself, drainage, and boundary line possible issues. Environmental hazard questions, questions about deed restrictions, special designations, homeowner associations, condominiums, and cooperative questions. I mean, you could probably come up with a lot more questions than what they got here, though. Some more miscellaneous questions. I could add probably another page or two of questions. Rate on gas, whether they want to disclose any knowledge or reports that they already have pertaining, whether they want us to do that, be able to do that before an offer comes in, and any information they have about that. Questions about major appliances or any other chattel that may be included or excluded from the sale. you want to make sure about things like ceiling fan. I'm sorry, not ceiling fans, chandeliers and such like that. You want to make sure that those things, if they're going to be taking it with them, are disclosed on here. They got questions about solar panel systems now. All right, then the seller signs. If the seller's dead, their executor, administrator, or trustee would sign. Administrator or trustee would sign. Then the buyers would sign, and then each party's prospective agent or respective agent would sign. And that's the seller's property condition disclosure report. So we know that when we get listings, we learned this in chapter 4. What do we got to give the owner at the time we get a listing pertaining to discrimination? We got to give them a notice. We have to give them the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the LAD, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, as well as the federal anti-discriminatory laws. All right. And we must refuse to take listings from any owner who indicates that they intend to violate the law against discrimination. They plan to discriminate. For any listing agreement to be valid, it has to have an expiration date in it. Let's highlight second sentence on page 163 under Attorney General's memorandum. The New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires brokers and salespeople to furnish each listing owner with a copy of the memorandum. In addition, a licensee must refuse a listing from any owner who indicates an intention to violate the LAD. Next section under expiration of listing period, we're going to highlight all exclusive listings must specify, and then just below it, an exact expiration date. How do we help people value their properties? By doing a CMA. We don't do appraisals, right?
We don't do appraisals, no,
Why not?
because we're not appraisers.
That's a good reason. All right. So we help them by doing a CMA, comparative market analysis, a pricing analysis. Call it what you will, just don't call it an appraisal. If you guys want to learn how to better price properties, because it'll help you do your job better, don't only rely on your brokers to train you that. Take the CMA workshop class that's offered by an appraiser group. Here's their website, OTTEAU.com. How's that pronounced? Ottawa is the way I pronounce it. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. I don't know. All right. Ottawa, Ottawa, I don't know. But that's the way it's spelled. You sign up for their CMA workshop, which teaches you how to do appraisals. It's pretty cool, the information that they have. Do I have it up here? Nope, I don't. But here, let me give you an example of some of the stuff that you get at their workshop. I think the class is less than $100, and you actually get some CE credits for it too, like three CE credits, I believe. I got some information from one from a couple of years ago here. They give all kinds of information. I got loads of documentation I get from them, and I periodically get emails with updated information about market updates and market reports from them, which is cool. You guys could also, if they're not giving the CMA workshop class at a given point in time, you could sign up for their quarterly workshop. Here's their website, Ottawa Group. It's ottawa.com. If you go to their, let's see, events and workshops, art services. Oh. Okay, not on that page. Where is it? Real estate valuation. Click on that. these guys gather data from all kinds of resources, all kinds of public, MLS, tax records, appraisal reports that appraisers do, all kinds of public and private resources that they use. They aggregate information from all kinds of places, and they make it available to us so that we can help better price and evaluate properties. They don't only teach you how to do it, they teach you how do you determine how much a half a bath is worth, or an extra bedroom, or if the basement is finished or not. If the house is worth more, and by how much, if it has solar panels. You know, all kinds of questions like that are addressed in their workshops. Where is their calendar here? Oh, events and workshops. Here we go. Under other services, events and workshops. If you click on it there instead of here, click on it under other services, events and workshops, and you can see they have the thing here. Fall housing market workshop. They got one late September, October. November, they had the CMA workshop, but they didn't have it in November. They were pushing it back a little bit. You could contact them to see if when they're having it. I'm not sure if they had it in November yet, or if they're going to have it still. If not, you can maybe sign up for one of their spring market workshops or their commercial real estate class. That's for commercial. They have these quarterly workshops, winter, spring, fall, etc. Okay, you could sign up for them. They touch on CMAs as well. Anyway, let me open up the documents and share with you some of the stuff that they go over. They go over all kinds of reference guides they give us. And information and data. Like here's one of them, you know, it's part of their slideshow, I guess, you know. There's CMA Advanced Workshop, this is Jeffrey Ottawa, the owner of that. They go over all kinds of issues. Market conditions by county. They got this little heat map here. Tells you what areas are heating up, which areas are cooling off. This one's a little bit older. This is from 2015 that I'm showing you right now. Don't want to get in trouble showing any new information to you here. Okay, this is the kind of stuff that they show you. Okay, how to price homes. They show you, this is actually how you would prepare a CMA. You got to have at least 3 comparable properties. You have your subject property, and then you make adjustments for the differences on the property. We'll get into a little bit of that in chapter 16, but this is a cool thing that they have here. It's a little guide that tells you for homes up to $250,000 and in that price range below it, 400, 750, 1.25 million, 2.5 million and above. If the house is on a busy road, does it make the house worth more or less? It'll be worth less, but how much less? Well, if it's a $250,000 house, it'll be 10 grand less. If it's under 250,000, just subtract 4% from its value. Okay. And so on and so forth for the different price ranges. Being on a busy road, how much would it affect the value? If it's under power lines, you know, like high tension power lines, makes your house worth less. How much? Boom. Where do they get these numbers from? Well, they only look at every home in the state of New Jersey that's sold in that year that had those conditions. And then they base the pricing difference based on that sole condition. And that's how they come up with these percentages or these numbers, these figures. And so wouldn't that information help you better price homes if you could know, you know, if a house is on a quiet street, it makes it worth more, right? Like if it's on a dead end, a cul-de-sac, right? How much more? On the 250 range, $8,000 more or 3.2%, and so on and so forth. Size of lots really don't make a difference unless we're talking at least a half an acre difference, you know, a couple feet here or there. It's not going to make too much of a difference unless it's subdividable, and that's the plan. They got all kinds of information here about construction and improvements, and you got to look at all these things. They go over them too, all these little notations in here about how to value improvements and how old those improvements are, and you know, a lot of information that they go over. How do you value an extra half bath in a house? You know, here's what it is. But this was all based on that in 2015. Okay, you got to look at each year's numbers because it could vary from year to year. Okay. If it has a basement, if that basement's a full basement, a finished basement, is it a walkout basement? Do they have a heating system? Is it multi-zone? Do they have central air conditioning, one zone or multi-zone central air? How much of a difference is that going to make? You know, these are a lot of the issues they go over. Does the property have a pool? Well, like this report doesn't have the pool issue on it. I got another one that does. The actual report has more room and more stuff in there. Oh wait, this one talks about a pool. Here you go. If it has an in-ground pool, how much is that going to make a difference in price? $4 grand, probably cost you 20 grand to put the pool in, but it does make your home worth more. Just not, you're not getting all the money back for certain improvements though, obviously. Right. All right. Anyway, it's a good class to take to help you price homes. So that's all I want to get into. Telling you about. And that's the Ottawa.com for taking that CMA workshop. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So somebody asked me a question there too about how long of a listing should you take? Right? Somebody asked me that before. How long of a
6 months to a year.
I said about 6 months to a year, right?
Yep.
Well, you don't have to just leave it at that and say 6 months to a year. You could also prove it to people too, how long you need. And let me take a look. I think I have something written down here that shows about that. Let me just find the right slide here. So we got something that's called absorption rates. That's not it. There's something called absorption rates. That could help us determine how long of a listing that we need that owner to give us. There we go. All right, so an absorption rate is what? An absorption rate will tell us how long it'll take for the market to absorb all the listings. So in theory, we could we could actually do a math problem that could prove to an owner how much time we need to sell their property. In theory, because we can't guarantee, but we could take a look at the number of homes that are currently on the market and the number of homes that sold last month. We divide that by the number of homes on the market, and we could usually justify a 6 month to 1 year listing period, because that's how long it would take to, whatever the answer would be, that would be how many months that we need for the market to absorb all the homes on the market that are currently on the market, provided that no new homes come on the market for sale. And we know that's not going to happen. More homes are going to come on the market. And provided that the number of buyers remains constant, which we can't guarantee. But based on this information, the homes on the, based on this information, we can at least get a baseline to work on. And we know that all the homes are not going to sell either, because some people just got them overpriced. Some of them don't show well. Some of them are hoarder homes or in bad condition. So some homes may not sell altogether. But the absorption rate could at least give us that ballpark figure of how much time we need for that market to absorb most homes that are on the market for sale. You just take the number of homes on the market, number of available, number of homes that sold last month, divide one by the other, and that'll tell us, in theory, how long of a listing that we should get at least. Okay. Now, when pricing homes, when getting listings, we don't look at the active listings. A is for active listings. That shows us, we're not looking at it for the price. That only shows us the competition that's currently on the market. That's the only reason why in a CMA, we show people the active properties that are currently on the market. It shows that we could show the homeowner what their competition is out there. But make sure you make it a point to tell them, don't look at the price and what they're listing it at, because that's irrelevant. They haven't sold yet. When you see an A with an asterisk next to it in some MLSs, that means that that's a property that has an offer on it it's got an offer that was made on it. Nothing's been accepted yet, but it's got an offer that's pending, that's not through attorney review yet. It's just an offer that came in on the property. If it has a U next to it in the MLS, we look at the properties that also are under contract. Those are ones that we don't know how much the offer price is, but we show them in CMAs. We don't know how much those properties are, what the offer was on that property, so we can't go by the price either, the listing price either. We're just using that to show them the activity that's on the market, showing that people are making offers. But are they making offers that are getting accepted? Are they making offers that get out of attorney review? What are those offers? We're not going to know until it actually sold. So that's why we look at the S for sold. That's the one that we look at the prices on. That's the only one the only prices we look at when trying to determine the value of a property is the sold value of the homes that are similar to this one that we're trying to market for sale and determine the price for. But we also show, when we do our CMAs, we show them other things that appraisers don't use as well, like the number of expired listings, days on market, advertised days on market. So why do we show sellers expired listings? Because we want to show them what failed to sell. It could be many things. It could be the price, they overpriced the property. It could be the pictures, the commissions that they were offering. Maybe they were too restrictive with their showings. Did they have pets? That could have been a problem, especially if you got like cats or something, and you got certain odors, that the homeowner has gone nose blind to. You have also maybe special showing instructions with pets. You got a dog, that dog needs to be locked up or taken out. There's a liability involved. We don't want to risk anybody getting bitten by any animals, So I don't care if your pit bull is the friendliest one in the world that's going to lick you to death. Some people are just scared of animals. They may jerk back and hit their head or fall or something, And plus, remember, they are animals. So, You never know. You can't say that the dog isn't going to bite somebody. All right. So you never know. So we should always make sure that the animals are put away when we're doing showings. We look at days on market and advertise days on market to see maybe how long was that property listed on the market for. Did they get those comparable properties that we're trying to compare it to when doing a CMA? Was it a long listing, a short listing? Was it an extremely long listing? If there's an extremely long listing, what does that tell you?
Overpriced?
It could be that it's overpriced. It could be that there's problems with it, right? Look, if you're a buyer and you're looking for a home and you see a listing and it shows that it was on the market for a very long time, what are you thinking?
Something wrong with it.
Okay, you said it, not me. There's something wrong with it. And that's exactly how the general public looks at it. So if you pose it like that to the seller and ask them the question, just like I asked you, you let them give you the answer, and then you can be like, there you go. This is what the public is thinking too. And don't think that you're going to give me a short listing and then just relist it again, and then you're going to fool the public, because in the MLS, you could see the history, how many times the property was listed. Look, you could even see that on like Zillow, sites like Zillow now, how many times the property's been listed and relisted, and how long it was overall on the market, how long the seller was trying to sell for. Because that was an old trick that sellers try to use to do, give you short listings and just relist it over and over and over again, which is a pain in the ass too. But it's not a trick anymore, because we can see the history and all the edits for the listings that are put in the MLS. Now, okay, so we could do the math to see how long of a listing we get, to maybe get a 6 month to a year listing. But we could also try to paint the picture for them. What would require a less time to list the property and more time? And it could be everything from the showing instructions here, the showing instructions. Do you have pets? Are you restrictive with the showings? How does the house, what's the curb appeal of the house? When you go to the front door, does the doorbell work? I mean, in a day where you could get doorbells that are remote control, it shouldn't be an issue anymore. Put some batteries and put a cheap doorbell on it. If the front door is all, the paint is peeling on it, come on, scrape it and paint it at least, curb appeal is a big deal. Trim the bushes, clean up the kids' toys from the front lawn. Don't have garbage littered all over. Curb appeal. Some people make their decision before they ever get into the house. And then they're just like, oh, well, since we're here, we might as well take a look, But a lot of times now they got those predetermined visions in their head, right? I told you guys, be careful when doing showings. Outside by the front door, if they have a Ring doorbell, or inside, people have security cameras. Coach your buyers, when seeing property, and coach the sellers when listing property, not to be eavesdropping on people. They could be in violation of federal wiretapping laws if they're listening to conversations that they're not part of. And buyers, you should tell them not to talk about a house when we're going through it for the listing. But all kinds of things can address if we need more time or less time. If they're more time, maybe they're asking too much money for the house. We want to see as much as we could get for it. Well, if that's the case, you're not pricing it competitively, it may take longer to sell. Look, if you try underpricing it, maybe we could get bidding wars and still sell it for the same amount, but get an offer quicker. We'll get more offers, right? What about the amount of commission you're offering to agents, right? What about the curb appeal? What about the showing appointments? Is there pets there? Are you cleaning up your house and keeping it in HGTV quality, clean condition? Are you making your bed every morning when you get up and go to work? Because other agents, are you allowing a lockbox there so that other agents can just have access to the house and set up an appointment with your office and use the lockbox to gain access to the house by using a key or not? If you don't, well, then it'll take more time. Are you allowing a sign on the property? Or not? Or are you going to be selling your home in secret because you don't want the neighbors to know it's up for sale? All of these these issues can require a longer listing, right? Don't leave your dirty drawers laying on the floor. Nobody needs to see your skid marked underwear on the floor when you're showing a property, right? You know what a hamper's for. And people do pull back the curtain when they look into the bathroom. All right. Make sure your tub is clean. Clean the mold, you know, spray some Mr. Clean, what do you call it? The scrubbing bubbles, you know, clean the grout, regrout if you need to. You're selling your home. You know, people don't want to see the grout with the mold in there. So kill the mold. You could kill it with bleach or Mr. Clean or whatever. You could kill it, remove it, scrub it out with a brush, make it look neat. You could, if your grout is in good condition, you could actually get grout, regrouting paint to paint the grout, those lines. Or you could just regrout it, put new grout over it, make it look nice and new, because it does make a difference when people look in the tubs. People get skeeved out in the areas where they want to wash. I hope when you took a shower in the morning, you didn't leave a big clump of hair sitting in the drain. Oh, people are like, ew, what the hell's growing in there? I've seen it before, you know. They may love the house, but things like that skeeve people out. And they, you know, even though they watch HGTV and they get the vision and they know how, if a house is worth it or not, trust me, they still get skeeved and you know, they get freaked out. They don't have the vision that they think they do. All right. Because when they're picturing themselves living there, you know, have the homeowners declutter the house, get rid of, put away in storage some of that oversized furniture or excess furniture that they don't need. Slim down the closets. If it's winter time, put the summer clothes away. If it's summertime, pull the bulky winter coats and boots away. Makes the closet look bigger and roomier. It's a little trick there. Okay? People won't be looking for your winter clothes in the summer, and they just see, wow, this closet's got a lot of room. When really it doesn't, because you've got that stuff out and you put it in storage, right? Little tricks and stuff. But these are ways of how to price a property and how to judge how long of a listing term that you need. And these are real issues that you would discuss and how you would discuss it with a homeowner. All right, so I spent enough time on that. I just wanted to go over it though, because it's important to. All right, let me open up the next chapter. We have it open. Oh, we already have it open. We've been going through it. Okay, so all right, yeah, so this one's done. Let's do the key terms to review for chapter 10. And then we'll get into chapter 11. Nice long chapter with about listing contracts. I'm sorry, about contract law. A lot of terms, a lot of terminology in this next chapter that we're going to be going into. Let's first on page 163 under pricing the property. Let's highlight comparative market analysis, CMA. That's how we help people properly price the property. So we're going to highlight determine a listing price for the property through a comparative market analysis. Then that's in the second paragraph. Then third paragraph, we're going to highlight license law dictates that a CMA must never be called an appraisal. And when you're done with that, let's do the key terms to review for chapter 10, okay? So, key terms to review, chapter 10. Illegal listing, broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
Net listing?
5 is A, net listing. A listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling brokers paid.
Multiple listings?
Open.
Oh, open listing, sorry.
6 is B. Listing that promises broker will be paid unless the owner sells on their own.
Exclusive agency listing?
2 is C, correct. A listing that states the broker will be paid no matter who brings the buyer, who sells the property.
Exclusive right to sell?
Exclusive right to sell listing. 3 is D. Organization of brokers who sell each other's listings.
MLS?
The multiple listing service. 4 is E, correct. Price comparison for sellers when listing property.
Comparative market.
CMA. And sometimes we also do what we call BPOs, broker price opinion. It's another way for us to price properties as well. All right, let me open up chapter 11. Chapter 11 and 12, they're both kind of long, a lot of stuff in them. So let's get down to it. Hot diggity. All right. Chapter 11, real estate contracts. Now, hold on one second. We have to follow real estate licensing law. We also have to follow contract law. We have to follow not just one set of rules. There's a lot of different laws that we need to follow. Our licensing laws, contract laws. So we need to be aware of them all. This chapter is going to be talking, even though it's titled real estate contracts, it's going to be going over some basic contract legal terminology first. And then we're going to start getting into how it applies towards real estate. Okay. So let's get into it. What is a contract? Contract is a voluntary agreement between two parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act. It's between legally competent parties supported by consideration. That's what the parties give or receive from each other in exchange. There has to be some sort of an inducement to perform whatever the contract is asking. Sometimes that's money. Sometimes that's an exchange of services, or could be if it's a gift, there is still a form of consideration there that's referred to as love and affection. We'll get into that. So let's start with those 4 essential elements of a valid contract. I want you to highlight the title, Essential Elements of a Valid Contract, and I want you to write the number 4 in front of it because there's 4 of them. There's 4 essential elements of a valid contract, and I want you to highlight just the titles. Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the objects under each of the 4 essential elements. And then we're going to go over each one of those right now to have a better understanding of it. So what is a competent party? You have to be at least 18 years of age or older to be able to sign contracts and have contracts be legally enforceable. You have to be of sound mind. You're a sane, sober adult. There's no mental disease or defect. You're not insane. There's no problems in that way. If your contracts with a minor, can you enter into a contract with a minor? Sure, you can. However, it is voidable and not enforceable by the minor, or you cannot enforce it against the minor. A minor can enforce a contract against an adult who enters into a contract with them, but not the other way around. Because the adult is a competent party. The minor, however, is not. So if you ever sign a contract with a minor, make sure their legal guardian or adult is also signing. Okay. So offer and acceptance is the next one. In order for a contract to be valid, somebody has to make an offer and someone needs to accept it. This is also sometimes referred to as mutual assent, where there has to be a meeting of the minds. What is a meeting of the minds? It's when both parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract. They're aware of all the terms of the contract and they understand all the terms of the contract. Then it's said that you have a meeting, you have come to a meeting of the minds, right? Okay. Consideration. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other as an inducement to perform whatever the contract's asking of them. So there are 3 legal forms of consideration. Legal tender, that's money or a mortgage loan. In New Jersey law requires that in order for any deeds to be recorded in the public record, it has to state what the actual sale price is. You can't just put down $1. You have to put down the sale price. Another form of consideration is an exchange of something of value. I'll give you something in exchange for something else. Or maybe I will perform some function for you in exchange for, I'll do work for you in exchange for something else, you know. So there has to be some kind of an inducement or exchange of goods or services, okay? And lastly, love and affection. No, they're not talking about prostitution. When they say love and affection, they're talking about a gift. Like if you give the property as a gift to your child, okay, you only expect, you're giving that gift because you have love and affection for each other, all right? But if you're giving the property as a gift, it should be accompanied by a letter that states that it is a gift. You can't just put down $1 as the sale price, okay? You have to have, it has to be accompanied by a letter because you're not going to be able to certify it in the public record if you say that it's, you know, if you just put down $1. Okay, so what are the three legal forms of consideration?
Legal tender.
Exchange of something valuable and love and affection.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go now over the fourth essential element of a valid contract. It's the legality or object of the purpose of the contract. So a contract may not involve an illegal purpose or substance, the object, okay? You cannot have a legally enforceable contract to sell illegal drugs, for example. It's not going to be enforceable in a court of law. The object of the contract has to be illegal, has to be legal. It cannot involve an illegal purpose. You cannot have a legally enforceable contract to kill somebody because murder is illegal, right? So the purpose or substance or object of the contract has to be legal. It may not be against public policy. Okay, so to wrap it up, what are the four essential elements of a valid contract?
Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of object.
Yep, you need to know that for exams. And what are the three legal forms of consideration that that's what the parties give or receive from each other in exchange?
Legal tender, exchange of value, and love and affection.
Legal tender, exchange of value, and love and affection. Something else you also have to know. All right. So a contract may be, okay, contracts can also be verbal, they could be oral, or they could be in writing. However, we have something called the parole evidence rule that states when it's a real estate contract, you know, all real estate contracts have to be in writing, but the parole evidence rules state that written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements or contracts, verbal agreements or promises. So the parole evidence rule, if you got two people, one person that got a contract with you in writing and one got a verbal agreement with you, well, the courts will kick out the one with the verbal agreement because the other one has evidence. They call it the parole evidence rule, okay? It basically says that written agreements take precedence over verbal contracts. All right. That's another term to know. You need to know. So we're going to actually highlight that in the book. Underneath that 4-point list, we're going to highlight. Actually, you know what? You guys highlighted essential elements of a valid contract. You wrote the number 4 in front of it. Then you highlighted the title of each of the essential elements, right?
Right.
Under number 3 on the third line, you should highlight consideration may consist of legal tender, exchange of value, or love and affection. Those are the 3 forms of consideration. Then under that list of all 4 essential elements for a contract to be valid, look, those 4 essential elements of a valid contract. they apply to any contract. They could apply to an employment agreement, right? Let's say that you're getting hired for a job. You got to be of legal age. Yes, you got to be of legal age. Now, you may be able to get a job as young as 16 in New Jersey if you have working papers, but then you're considered legal though, in that because you need your parents' permission to get your working papers, right? 16 or 17, I forget what it is. All right, and then somebody has to make you a job offer, and then you have to accept it, right? They have to offer you some kind of pay in exchange for the job that you're going to perform, right?
Right.
Right.
And the job that you're doing has to be legal. So you could apply these 4 essential elements to any contract. This is general contract law. This isn't just about real estate. These are just 4 basic principles to any contract for it to be legal. Just like the parole evidence rule. You could have contracts, verbal agreements. Look, I could have an agreement with you to buy my cell phone, right? Does that need to be in writing, or can I have a verbal agreement with you that you're going to buy it from me? I can have a verbal agreement. But if I have a verbal agreement with you and somebody else I have an agreement in writing with, if it goes to court, what's the court going to do? They're going to kick out the verbal agreement in favor of the one where somebody has evidence. The parole evidence rule. Now, the statute of frauds says that anytime you hear this statute of frauds, it talks about requiring something to be in writing, a requirement for things to be in writing. All right. Well, one thing we know that real estate brokers' authorization is required for any listing in order for us to earn a commission, but that's the real estate commission rule. That's not under statute of frauds. It's a real estate commission rule. But so the agreement has to be in writing, and it has to be signed by the consumer. Is that someone else, or is that me feedback? Oh, feedback. Okay. It applies to the sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker is acting for, whether it's on behalf of the seller, the buyer, landlord, or tenant. This shouldn't be statute of frauds continued. This isn't statute of frauds. Hold on a second. This is a real estate commission rule. All right, so I just changed this up a little bit. Can you guys see the slide still or no?
No.
Okay, so I just changed the slide up. I changed it from being statute of frauds title to rec rule for commissions. Rec rule to be entitled to a commission. All right, because that was incorrectly written there as a title. And then therefore this one is not 2 of 2. It's just one slide on statute of frauds. So we made some modifications. All right, so statute of frauds. Anytime we hear that term statute of frauds, it requires something to be in writing, whether we're talking about purchase contracts, lease contracts, if we're talking about deeds. We're going to hear statute of frauds applies to all of them. Anytime you hear statute of frauds, to prevent fraud, certain contracts and documents have to be in writing, okay? So it's got that keyword in there, fraud, so to prevent fraud, you got to have it in writing. The parole evidence rule shows that if one person has it in verbal and one has it in writing, the parole evidence rule favors the one who has it in writing because they have evidence. Okay, there's ways to try to remember what these terms mean like that. So the statute of frauds says that all real estate contracts for the sale of real estate, for the purchase or sale of real estate, must be in writing. If it's a lease, it must be in writing if it's 3 or more years. Doesn't have to be in writing if it's less. It's not wise for a property owner not to get leases in writing, no matter how long they are, right? Leases can be recorded if they're 2 or more years. That means recording them long-term leases in the public record. All right. So let's highlight in the book. New Jersey Statute of Frauds states that a contract for the sale of real estate and any lease for more than 3 years must be in writing and signed in order to be enforceable. Keep in mind that if we're doing the contract with somebody, it always has to be in writing. Because like the previous slide, the rec rule for commissions, we're not entitled to a commission unless the contract's in writing, right? However, if a property owner is not using a real estate agent, if they're selling a property on their own or leasing the property on their own, well, if they're selling it on their own, any sales contract, whether they're using an agent or not, must be in writing. But if they're leasing a property and they're not using a real estate agent, that lease does not have to be in writing. They could have a verbal lease, verbal agreement. That's just not a bright idea to do that, though. Because how are you going to prove what all the terms are and what all the conditions of the lease were? You don't have it in writing. Makes it kind of tricky, kind of risky, right? So the next bullet point shows you there on the slideshow here, it's extremely risky to rely on oral agreements or contracts for leases. So they should always be put in writing. However, if a real estate agent is not used, if the lease is less than 3 years, is not required to be in writing. Now, the next bullet point shows you that real estate licensees, we also have to follow licensing law. And 4515 and the rec rules 11.5 state that all contracts that we prepare must be in writing. Okay, so am I clear about that? If somebody's not using a real estate agent, they don't need a lease to be in writing if it's less than. When does a lease not have to be in writing? It's right in front of you guys. You guys still there?
Less than 3 years.
There you go. And it can be recorded if it's more than
2 years.
2 years. So I want you to write that in your book. You highlighted that the contracts have to be in writing, but leases don't. I want you to highlight leases, or I want you to write at the end of that sentence, because it's somewhere else in the book, but keep it together right here. Leases longer than 2 years may be recorded. I want you to write that in the book. Leases longer than 2 years may be recorded. Okay. Now, go to the bottom of the page. You see it says types of contracts. They could be express or implied, unilateral or bilateral, executory or executed, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. So we're just going to learn what these terms mean real quick. So an express contract lays out all the terms expressing your words in writing. It expresses the terms in words. It leaves nothing to interpretation. Highlights an express contract. The parties state their terms and show their intentions in words. Okay. Now, an implied contract is expressed by one's actions rather than their words. So I'll give you an example. Let's just first highlight implied contract is demonstrated by their acts and conduct. And here's some examples of an implied contract. A lease expires. They didn't sign any new contract with the tenant, but the landlord accepts the rental payment from the tenant. They didn't have any new lease signed. But the landlord's acceptance of the rent says that they're okay with them remaining there. The payment by the tenant says they want to stay, and the actions by the landlord taking the rent payment creates an implied contract that they're fine with that. All right, but what are the terms now? Are they going by the same terms they had in the previous written lease that expired? It leaves a lot to interpretation, doesn't it? That's an implied contract. It's expressed by one's actions rather than their words, but it could leave some things to interpretation rather than fully expressing what the deal is. So that could be a little risky, right?
Yeah, that's true, because my friend, that just happened to her. Their lease expired, but she was hoping to buy a home before the lease expired, but she wasn't able to. But she didn't renew her lease with her renting lease with her landlord, and they never said anything. So they just stayed and continued to pay the rent until they found a home and moved out. So they didn't have to abide by, you know, being in an agreement for a year and having to pay, you know, penalties if they broke the lease. So
yeah, see, most landlords, they'll send you that renewal, and if you don't sign that renewal, then you got to be out by the expiration date.
Yeah.
But you got to be careful, because there are certain kinds of leases out there that automatically renew. If the tenant doesn't notify the landlord that they're not renewing the lease, then it will automatically renew for the same amount of time it was originally written for. So if it was a 1-year lease, it's automatically going to renew for another year if the tenant doesn't notify the landlord that they're not renewing. We're going to go over those different types of lease terms, the way leases can be set up in chapter 12. But, you know, so obviously, but that's not the most common one. The most common type of lease is one that has an expiration date and the tenant has to sign a new one, right? So that's probably her situation, because she didn't sign a new lease. She just made payment. Landlord was good with it. And then she was able to move out, and landlord didn't chase after her for breaking a lease. So she obviously didn't have one of those ones that automatically renewed. All right. So express contract, implied contract, know the difference between the two. You need to. There's a lot of this terminology you're going to find on state exam from this chapter. Contracts is a big deal when you're in the real estate biz. All right. Contracts could also be unilateral or bilateral. Uni means one, bi means two. So in a unilateral contract, only one party's obligated to perform some act, and the other has an option to act or not. Okay, so a unilateral contract is a type of contract where one party has an option to do something or not, and the other's obligated to perform some act, but only if the other party does. You know, I'm going to reword that a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. So only one party's obligated to perform. However, only if the other who has an option acts. Okay, maybe I shall put these in a different order too. I'll reorder them. Okay, so a unilateral contract is a contract where one party has an option to perform or do something. Yikes. All right, so unilateral contract must be prepared by attorneys. It's a contract where one party has an option to perform or do something. What the hell just happened here? I think I screwed that slide up. Sorry. Contract where one party has an option to perform or do something. The other party is obligated to perform, however, only if the other person who has an option X. An example of this would be a lease with an option to buy. Does the tenant have to buy if they have an option to buy?
No.
No. However, if they do exercise their option to buy, does the seller have to sell to them?
Yes.
Yes. So it's an agreement where a lease with an option to buy is it's an option contract. So therefore, those contracts cannot be prepared by licensees. They have to be prepared by attorneys. There has to be something of value given in exchange for the option, because the option is a separate agreement altogether on its own too. So the tenant is going to be leasing with a further agreement. This is a separate agreement that states that the buyer has an option to purchase this property by a predetermined deadline at a predetermined price. So now if they exercise their option to buy, the seller is obligated to sell to them for that at those pre-agreed upon terms. But the buyer is not obligated to purchase. Only they have an option to. So that's a unilateral contract. Now, a bilateral contract is one where both parties promise to do something. You see, in a unilateral contract, a litmus test to determine if your situation is a unilateral contract, you could apply this statement to it. I will do this if you will do that. In a bilateral contract, both parties are obligated to do something. So the litmus test to determine if it's a bilateral contract is I will do this and you will do that. So if you could apply that statement to your situation, then it's a bilateral contract. Okay. The book gives you another example of a unilateral contract where a law enforcement agency offers a reward if somebody aids in the capture of a criminal. Are you required to aid in the capture of the criminal?
No.
But if you do, are they required to pay you the reward?
Absolutely.
So that is an example of a unilateral contract, an option contract. Okay, that's another example of one. Come on. All right, and contracts can be executed or executory. These terms you do not need to study. All right, but I'm going to teach them to you anyway because the term executed you're going to hear a lot in practice. The term executed could mean that the contract has been signed. Hey, has your client executed the contract yet? What am I asking you? Have they signed it? So we have a fully executed contract now. I'm confirming that the contract's been signed by everybody. See, it depends on how it's used in a sentence. But there are two meanings to a fully executed contract. It could mean that the contract's been signed by everybody, or it could mean that all the terms of the contract have been legally carried out. There's nothing left, none of the conditions of the contract that have been left undone. Everything's been fully performed, okay? Whereas an executory contract, tory meaning that it's still in progress, that there are some contractual obligations of the contract that have not yet been performed. So executory is more like the status of a contract. All right. But I've never heard that term executory used in an exam. I never heard the term executory used even by attorneys before. I'm sure it's a term they used in law school and maybe in certain court cases, but we're never going to hear it. All right, so don't stress about executory, but executed, it's a contract that's been signed. Okay, that's all you need to know. So under bilateral and unilateral contracts in the book, let's get caught up on some highlighting. Highlight bilateral on the second line, that a bilateral contract, both parties promise to do something. And then underline that litmus statement at the end of that first paragraph that says, I will do this and you will do that. Okay. And in the next paragraph, where it says unilateral contract, we're going to highlight a unilateral contract is a one-sided agreement whereby one party makes a promise to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise. Could they add the word party anymore to a sentence? Is my explanation a little bit more clear than the book that you see I backed up on the slideshow here? Where I have it written, has to be prepared by attorneys. A contract where one party has an option to perform or do something. The other party is obligated to perform, however, only if the other person who has the option acts. Is that a little clearer? I hope it is. All right. Well, if it's not, write it in your notes in a way that it is. It's probably the best way that I can figure it out. All right. Now, contracts can be valid, void, valid, voidable, unenforceable, or void. I put them in a better order than I think the book is in. All right. So what is a valid contract? Well, it's one that has all the four essential elements, right? What is the four essential elements of a valid contract? Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the purpose or object of the contract, right? Now, a contract that is voidable is a contract that can be disaffirmed by only one of the parties. Like a contract with a minor. And that's usually the example that they give you on state exam. They may ask you a question and give you a couple scenarios in the answers. They could say, which one of these is an example of a voidable contract? And then give you like 4 examples that you need to read. All right. A contract with a minor is an example of a voidable contract. It's voidable by the minor, not by the adult. It's a contract where one party can disaffirm it. Now, an unenforceable contract is a contract where neither party can sue to force performance for whatever reason. The book gives an example of a contract where, You got one guy who's looking to sell his property. Like John's looking to sell his property to Bob. They're both drunk. Now, is that contract an enforceable contract? Is it a valid contract?
No.
No, because you got two incompetent parties. I mean, if we were to look back at what's a competent party, it's the very first one, right? You have to be sound
Sane
mind
and
and legal
sober.
age. These guys are legal age, but they're not a sound mind. They're drunk. They're both drunk. So neither one of them is a competent party. So if that's the case, if when they sober up, Bob still wants to buy John's property, he could still be, and John still wants to sell it to him, they could still be in contract together, but it's neither one of them can sue to forced performance if either one of them breaches the terms, because they were both drunk when they originally agreed to them. So this contract is known to be valid between the parties. Now, is there a way to make that contract enforceable?
If they
In writing.
If they what? Say it. Just say it.
if they sign,
Yeah. If they sign it again when they're sober, then they're competent parties, aren't they? Boom. It is that simple. Oh, no, you seem like you weren't too sure about that. It is that simple. That's it.
yes.
All right. That's okay. So now, if only one of the parties were drunk when they signed, what status would the contract be in?
It'd be void.
It would be voidable. Remember, voidable, only one party may disaffirm it. Right? They give an example here like a contract with a minor. But what if one party who signed the contract was drunk or high or incompetent at the time? It's voidable by that person. Now, a void contract, it's kind of a self-contradictory term because a void contract isn't a contract at all. It's either a contract that it's a contract that has been canceled, so therefore it's not enforceable, or it's a contract that's missing essential elements to it. So a void contract cannot be enforced by either party because it's either already been canceled or it's missing essential elements to be legally enforceable in the first place. All right. So usually you'll get a question about this one on exam though. Avoidable contract, and usually the example they give you has to deal with some a minor. But I don't know, they may have added more questions. They could say that one person was drunk or high when they signed the contract. If that's the case, it's voidable, right?
Yeah.
The contract could also be voidable if maybe you have somebody that's sick or they're in great distress at the time that you're having them sign it.
Yeah.
The contract can be signed, can be voidable by that person or by a court, which we're going to get into that in a moment when somebody's in the great stress or being forced to sign a contract, right? Yeah, we could add that here too. So we could add that here. So it may be missing one of the essential elements. Example, or some examples we could add here. Some examples. We could have a contract with a minor. Oop. Contract with a minor. Someone, or let's go over the, how am I going to word this? I'll word it this way. With someone under the influence, or under the influence or, no, yeah, under the influence or undue influence. Okay, with someone under the influence, undue influence or duress. Undue influence means taken advantage of. Duress means force or intimidation. So there's a couple examples there for you as well. So these terms we're going to have in another slide though, and that we're going to see in a moment. All right, so some examples of voidable contracts would be a contract with a minor, somebody who's under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Undue influence means they're taken advantage of, or duress means force. Undue influence or duress. Those are some examples. Save that. Full screen. Share it. Next. Okay. Next slide here. Undue influence and duress. So to be valid, every contract must be signed as the free and voluntary act of each party. Undue influence means they're being taken advantage of in some way. You must use extreme caution when dealing with elderly people or those who may be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Be aware of any possible mental disease or defect too. Be aware of any possible mental disease or defect. Can you guys see the slides now or no?
No.
All right, give me 1 second. Be aware of any possible disease or defect. All right. All right, so I just made some a few more additional changes. So, undue influence, being taken advantage of. You must use extreme caution when dealing with elderly people or those who may be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Be aware of any possible mental disease or defect like Alzheimer's or dementia or insanity, right?
That's true, because right now I know of a current, like a friend of mine is dealing with this where her mom asked to help when after her mom asked to help because the house was they were going to lose the house, and she just decided to do everything with an attorney. Even when they were signing all the paperwork and stuff like that, so there was an attorney present. But now I think her mom wants to kind of split the house with the siblings, because when she had asked all the siblings, they said no. But now that the house has gone up in value and they made a lot of changes, they want part of the house. Okay. And her mom is trying to get her to get out of the contract, and part of some of the stuff that some of her excuses were, I was in duress or something to that extent, but there were attorneys present, so she can't really prove that.
Yeah, under duress. Yeah, you got your legal representatives there. You're not under duress if you have your legal counsel there. I don't care if somebody's screaming in your face. You got your attorney that's there with you, legally representing you. She's not going to win that one. All right, that excuse isn't going to work. Not when you have your legal representative there. It could be under certain circumstances. It could be proven, but you'd have to prove it. You can't just say, "Oh, I felt intimidated. I was scared." It depends. Are you taking it to court? Are you listening in front of a judge or a jury? You know, juries can be kind of ignorant sometimes, you know, judges kind of can too. You know, my mother watches all them judge programs on TV all the time, you know, and I listen to some of these cases. I'm like, why are you watching this trash? You know, it's like so some of the judges are horrible in their decision making. You know, and I've experienced that myself in New Jersey. I've been in front of a judge before where I had a judge that was taken out of retirement, you know, made a bad decision. They were trying to fix it, fix the problem, and they were screwing it up because they weren't of sound mind, which is crazy. Now, duress, it means force, using threats or intimidation or bribery, okay? See, contracts have to be the free and voluntary act of each party, okay? So if somebody's on their deathbed, you know, they may have thought they were going to die, but they ended up pulling through. Now things change all of a sudden, right? But now it gets a little subjective. Now we're getting in a little sticky territory, you know, trying to claim that, hey, property values went up. Let's try to get out of it by making a claim of something or other, saying that I was in distress. Okay, so undue influence, being taken advantage of, duress, force. Let's highlight at the bottom of the page under validity of contracts, highlight the title, voidable contract. Second sentence, highlight, for example, a contract entered into with a minor is usually voidable. See, it's not always just with a minor, but that's usually the example that they give on exam. So we should probably highlight that whole sentence there. It's one on the surface that seems to be valid, but may be rescinded or disaffirmed by one of the parties. You know what? I'm just going to highlight that whole sentence now. For example, a contract entered into with a minor. Turn the page, and I just put a little asterisk next to undue influence and duress, not necessarily something to study, but something you should be aware of for actual practicing in real estate. Now, contracts usually have dates in them where acts need to be performed or accomplished by, but courts have ruled that those dates are merely guidelines. They're not strict deadlines that must be met, otherwise somebody's going to be in breach of contract, which means that they broke the terms of the contract and can be legally and financially liable to the other party. That's already been settled in law, all right? Dates in real estate contracts are merely guidelines. They're not strict guidelines that must be met, otherwise there's consequences. But sometimes we need to have strict dates in contracts with consequences. If that's the case, we should make a time of the essence order. Now, we as real estate agents should not use that term. We should leave that term for attorneys to use. We should ask the attorney in the transaction to issue a time of the essence order. Okay, so highlights, time is of the essence. This means that a contract must be performed within the time limit specified, and any party who has not performed on time is guilty of breach of contract. So the way I have it written on the slide is a strict deadline that must be met by any party, or they will be in breach of contract if they miss the deadline. Yes. By any party or strict deadline that must be met by any party or be in breach of contract if they miss the deadline. There you go. Use of this term should strictly be left to attorneys, or should strictly, this term should be strictly used by attorneys only. Use of this term should strictly be left to attorneys. I'll leave it like that. Okay, so when would we issue a time of the essence order? Well, we'll ask an attorney to issue a time of the essence order usually. If we're a listing agent and we have a buyer's agent that submitted an offer for their client on the property, and we do have dates in the contracts, and one of the dates that we have in the contract is where the buyer has to present to us a mortgage commitment letter from the buyer's lender, where their lender is now committing to giving them the loan after the buyer has submitted all their financials, all their financial evidence of their documents, their tax returns, their pay stubs, bank statements, filled out a mortgage application, had an appraisal done on the property, that had an inspection done. After all that information's been supplied to a lender, it goes through what we call their underwriting, where the lender's risk management people determine whether they're going to grant the loan or not. And when they do grant the loan, they issue what is called a mortgage commitment letter. So they're supposed to give that to us by a certain date that they told us in the contract. So say that date comes and goes. Those dates are merely guidelines. So I'm going to call up the listing agent or the buyer's agent. I'm going to be like, hey, did you guys get that mortgage commitment letter yet? I haven't seen anything from you. And they're like, oh yeah, I forgot about it. Let me get back to you on that. Okay, time goes by. They didn't get back to me. Call the agent again. Hey, any news on that mortgage commitment letter? Oh, yeah. I'm waiting to hear back from them. Okay, well, any estimate of when it's going to get? Oh, well, I don't know. Just give me a couple of days. Couple days. Okay. Couple days. Hey, what's going on with that mortgage commitment letter? Like, if they keep making excuses up, could I rightfully start getting the feeling that I don't know if the buyer can get this loan? Is there a problem possibly going on here, that they're trying to maybe get a loan, scramble to get a loan through another lender because their original lender didn't work out, or something's going on that they're not being open and honest with me about? Could that be the problem? Well, I don't know. But I'm starting to get that feeling, aren't you, if they keep doing that? So what I would do is I would reach out to the seller's attorney then, and I'd say, hey, listen, I need you to issue a time of the essence order here. The buyer's agent keeps giving me a runaround and we don't have this mortgage commitment letter. I don't know if they get the financing. See, we don't want a buyer to keep the seller dangling there waiting and not knowing if they could close on this transaction and get the loan. If that's the case, if they can't get the loan, if they're having problems, we may want to kill this transaction and put the property back on the market, right? So issuing a time of the essence order lights a fire under their butts. It says, get us that mortgage commitment letter or we're killing the deal. However, you got to be very careful, because use of this phrase is a double-edged sword. Now, what do they mean by that? Well, because if we issue a time of the essence order and say that you need to produce the mortgage commitment letter by this date and this time, and they don't, nothing else needs to be said. Contract's automatically dead, automatically killed. Could that deal be pieced back together if it's killed? What if the next morning they produce the mortgage commitment letter? It's too late.
You can assign an extension.
Well, hold on a second. We issued a time of the essence order with a deadline. That deadline's come and gone. So
you had to do it before that, yeah.
You got to, that contract's automatically killed. And if they come the next day with that mortgage commitment letter, we could put it back together and continue the transaction. But does the buyer have to agree to all the terms as we previously had agreed to? No, because the contract's dead. Now each of the parties can be like, okay, we could put it back together. Here's our time of the essence order. I mean, here's our mortgage commitment letter. You could see that we're already got all this work in. We're all the way in. We're close to closing now. Now you killed the deal because I didn't have it here, but I produced the letter now. You want to put it back together. Well, there was one term that we didn't like that when we were in the negotiation stage. We want to renegotiate a little bit here now. Would they be able to do that? Renegotiate the contract? Yes, they would, because the contract was killed. We're trying to put together a new one. You don't have to agree to just put the contract together and continue on according to the way that it was. You can start renegotiating now and nobody will be in breach of contract. So that's why you got to be careful. Now, most agents wouldn't even know to do that. Okay. But if you get an agent that knows what they're doing, and a good attorney involved, and there was some terms that they didn't like, and there's some desperation on the seller side to sell that property, and they're already under contract with you, they may be a little more flexible now, right? So strict deadline that must be met in all contracts. What is it? Time is of the essence. Add that to your definition list too. You will get that on contract in exams. I told you a lot of terminology in this chapter. Look, let's just stop right here where we're at. We're not even halfway through this chapter yet. What are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract? Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object. What are the 3 legal forms of consideration?
Oh, you asking that question?
Oh, yeah.
I'm asking because otherwise I'm just talking to myself. Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Value and love and of the essence, love and essence.
What is it?
Affection, love and affection.
Love and affection.
Exchange of value and legal tender.
Exchange of value and legal tender. All right. And when one person has a contract that in writing and another one has a verbal agreement, the court will accept the one in writing. What do we call that rule?
Parole evidence.
The parole evidence rule, because one has evidence, the other does not, right? And what law states that all contracts for real estate have to be in writing?
The statute of frauds.
Statute of frauds. And what does the statute of frauds say pertaining to leases? When do they need to be in writing?
Longer than 2 years?
No, longer than 3 years.
3 years. 3 years.
Longer than 3 years. But if a real estate agent is involved, it doesn't matter if it's a day, it needs to be in writing, because we also have to follow licensing law. Then we can't get paid unless it's in writing, no matter how long it is. Okay. But contract law says 3 years or more has to be in writing. How long does it have to be in order to be recorded in a public record?
2 years.
That's 2 years.
That's 2 years. Okay. And a contract expressed by one's actions rather than their words. Implied contract. Contract where one party has an option to act or not.
Unilateral?
Unilateral contract. Can licensees prepare contracts for unilateral contracts or option agreements?
Licensing.
No, they cannot.
No.
They must be prepared by attorneys only. A contract with a minor would be an example of what kind of contract?
A voidable contract?
Voidable contract. Voidable by who?
By the minor.
A
By
minor.
the minor only, not the adult, but the minor.
Mhm.
A strict deadline that must be met in contracts.
Time of the essence.
Time is of the essence, correct. Okay, so a lot of terminology we're going over. All right. All right, so coming up now, we're going to start talking about some other issues. We're going to be talking now in this next segment about performance of a contract, dates, date guides to follow, ways that a contract can be discharged. We're going to learn about the terms default and breach of contract and what they mean. and statute of limitations in lawsuits and what statute of limitations means. So we're going to start off by assignment and novation. When you assign a contract, it's when one person assigns their duties or obligations in a contract to someone else. That is possible that you could do that. However, if the other party allows it, but the original persons that signed the contract are never relieved from their obligations of the contract. They always hold primary responsibility. And an example of that would be subleasing, if your landlord allowed it. Most leases stipulate directly that you're not allowed to sublet. You're not allowed to, if you're renting from me, you can't rent to someone else, okay? That's called subleasing. But if your landlord allowed it, and you rented, you're my landlord, and I'm renting from you. I get an opportunity to buy a building, so I hop on it, but you won't let me out of the lease. If you're the landlord though, and you allow me to sublease, if I'm renting to someone else, I get another renter in there to take over my obligations as the renter for the remainder of that lease. If they violate the terms of the lease, or if they, here, let's just talk about rent. If they don't pay the rent, am I obligated to pay the rent now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm the original person that signed that lease. So I never am relieved of my obligation. Now, is there a way that I can sublease to somebody and be relieved of my obligations? Yes, there's something that's called novation, okay? Novation of the contract or novation of the parties. Novation is substituting one contract, an old contract, with a new agreement, or whereas the original agreement is no longer enforceable. Or you could just take the same contract and replace the parties named in the contract, in the agreement, and the original parties have no further liability. Okay, that would be called novation of the parties. So the term novation you'll see on exams. Okay, it's substituting or replacing a contract with another whereby the original contract holds no legal force. It's no longer legally enforceable. Or novation of the parties, substituting a person named in the contract with another. The original person has no further liability. They're no longer bound to the contracts. Okay. This slide is a lot clearer in that definition than the book is, because let's go to the book and I'll have you highlight what they say there, which is, in the third paragraph where you see it, novation in bold, we're going to highlight novation or substitution of a new contract for an existing one. And then in the next paragraph, there's one line, just highlight, in the case of novation, the old contract no longer has any force. Okay. I think I'm a little bit clearer in my definition there. But whatever works for you in your notes, you're the ones that have to study. All right, now we're going to go over the different ways that a contract can be discharged. By the way, novation is going to be on exam. You will see it on exams. And understand about assignment that you never give up. The original person may assign their obligations to someone else, but they're never relieved of their obligations. Okay, the different ways that a contract can be discharged. We have discharge of a contract here. I'm just going to explain it to you. Don't need to study anything here, but we're going to go over what they have written. So a contract may be completely performed with all its terms carried out, or it can be breached. That means broken without having a good legal excuse to do so, if one of the parties defaults. In addition, there are other various methods by which a contract may be discharged. And now we're going to go over them. You don't need to study these though. Partial performance. What does that mean? It means when one of the parties has only did part of what the contract required them to do. They didn't do everything the contract required of them. They're in breach of contract. Substantial performance. It's when the parties did everything the contract required them to do, but not exactly the way the contract required them to do it. They have not substantially performed. So they could be held in breach. Impossibility of performance. When the terms of the contract cannot be legally accomplished. They give an example, or I give an example here. You're not able to get a permit to use the property for an intended purpose that you wanted to purchase it for. Or you're unable to get the certificate of occupancy due to the condition of the property, or some other legal condition cannot be met. Maybe they changed the zoning law and you can't use that property for the intended purpose, you know? By mutual agreement, both parties simply back out, cancel the contract. That's the way the contract can be discharged, but neither party will be in breach because they both agreed to it. Or by operation of law, like voiding a contract with a minor, or as a result of fraud, expiration of a statute of limitations, contracts being altered without the other parties signing off on those changes. Anytime you touch a contract with a pen, you guys as real estate agents, if you're going to make any changes to it, all the parties have to sign next to that change that you made. Otherwise, you just voided the contract. That contract is void, okay? Because everybody didn't agree to that change. So be careful. You don't want to start getting caught up in doing stuff like that. That's bad. Okay, breach of contract or default, that's when somebody violates the terms of the contract without having a good legal excuse to do so. They could be held legally and financially liable to the other party. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go over the different ways, what could happen in the event that somebody breaches contract. So we're going to first highlight under default or breach of contract that a breach of contract is a violation of any of the terms or conditions of a contract without legal excuse. And then they didn't highlight it or anything. What I did in the book is I underlined the title and I put asterisks on both sides of it, or you could highlight it, whatever. It says, if the seller defaults, the buyer has three alternatives. If the seller defaults, the buyer has three alternatives. You see how I highlighted it right there? And then go after those three alternatives, there's another title. And that other title says, if the buyer defaults, the seller may pursue one of the four courses of action. So either underline that and put asterisks next to it, or highlight it so that you know that that's a title. So let's first go over what happens if the seller defaults. What can the buyer do? What are the buyer's options? Okay. The buyer can rescind or cancel the contract and recover all of their deposit money as if the offer had never been made. Seller can't keep it. The buyer can sue the seller. That lawsuit would be called a suit for specific performance, forcing the seller to carry out the terms of the contract as agreed. Example, if the seller backs out of the contract and decides that they don't want to sell anymore, the buyer can sue the seller, forcing them to turn over the ownership to them as they agreed to in the contract. They could do that. Now, is it possible the other way around? Can you sue a buyer, forcing them to purchase the property? Generally speaking, no.
No.
Generally speaking, I said, no. Is it possible? Yeah, because not all judges rule uniformly. So yes, it is possible if the buyer's a moron. I'm not going to rescind that term, what I just said. It is possible to sue a buyer for specific performance if they're a moron. And I'm going to clarify that with an explanation when we get to it, okay? So the next thing that the buyer can do if the seller defaults is they could sue the seller for compensatory damages. That means moolah, right? So those are the three options that the buyer can do if the seller defaults. So what could the buyer do in the event that what can the seller do in the event that the buyer defaults? We're going to go over that in a second. Let's just first highlight in the book the number 2. The buyer may file a court suit known as an action for specific performance to force the seller to perform the contract, i.e. convey the property. Specific performance you need to know for exams as well. I told you, a lot of questions from contracts. So let's go over now. Before we go over what the buyer can do, let's first go over another term here. We're going to go out of order a little bit. This is actually going to be in the list, and it's also going to be stated later on in the book, probably in this chapter. We'll have some place to highlight it, but we're not going to have an agreement as clear or a definition as clear as what I have here. This is a good definition to study for liquidated damages, to understand what they are. Liquidated damages is an agreement. Let's stop right there. That's all it is. It's an agreement. Liquidated damages is just an agreement. It's an agreement that's made in advance about how much money is going to serve as compensation in the event that one of the parties, usually the buyer, defaults. All right, so if one of the, it's an agreement made in advance that, hey, if I default on this contract, this is how much money you're entitled to. It doesn't necessarily even say where the money's coming from. It just says we have an agreement that this is how much money is going to serve as compensation if I default on the contract.
I have a question. This
Yeah.
kind of agreement.
What?
I have a question. This kind
Okay.
of agreement, you can make it at any time, like in the beginning of every time you doing.
It's at the beginning of the transaction when you're making the making the contract, when you're putting the contract together. Okay. So liquidated damages is an agreement that we would put into play there. Basically saying, hey, listen, I'm making this offer, and if I default on the contract, I'm telling you this is how much money that I'm going to pay you. This is kind of like your insurance that I'm not going to back out of the contract. My offer is a better offer to take. Otherwise, if in the event I default, I'm going to pay you money. Now, the buyer can offer this up, or the seller can request that a liquidated damage agreement be included in the contract. Now, the book talks about it as if all contracts include a liquidated damages agreement. They don't. It's something that could be stipulated in the contract, though. So there also could be additional wording stipulated in the contract as to where the money would come from. However, if you do that, damages are not necessarily coming from that earnest money deposit. That's that, or good faith deposit that the buyer makes when they initially put the offer in. Damages could exceed that amount of money. So if you state in there that that you're keeping the deposit money as liquidated damages, that's all that the seller can get. However, if you have just an agreement that liquidated damages on how much money is going to serve as compensation, that amount could exceed the earnest money deposit. And then you could make a claim against the earnest money deposit as a start to get some of that money. And then the buyer would have to pay you additional money. Okay. In the event that they breach the contract. So what is liquidated damages? It's just an agreement of how much money is going to serve as a reward in the event that somebody breaches the contract, usually the buyer. You need to know that for example. The answer is not earnest money deposit. If it asks you what liquidated damages are and you say the earnest money deposit, that's wrong. The money could come from there, but liquidated damages is just an agreement on the amount of money that's to serve as compensation. So, in the event that the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? By the way, this definition is on page 171 and 189 in this very chapter after the contract. So in chapter 11, after the contract,
At the bottom?
At the bottom of the page, yeah. Under contingencies, highlight liquidated damages are an amount of money agreed to in advance by a buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one party does not live up to the contract. And then go back to the default breach of contract section. All right. So if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? The seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated that they can, and if it was agreed that they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. But like I said, all contracts don't necessarily have that in them. It would have to have been stated there. The seller can rescind the contract. What does rescind mean? It means to cancel, to take back, right? Remember the word rescission? Comes from the root word rescind. The seller can rescind the contract as if it were never made. However, that would require the seller to return all the deposit money back to the buyer. Or the seller can sue the buyer for specific performance. Remember, I told you the buyer would have to be a moron in order to lose a specific performance suit. However, this would require them to sign over the deed to the buyer and then chase after them for payment. Okay, so here, check this out. Let me put that in a different scenario for you so that you understand why I mean that the buyer is a moron. In order for the seller to be able to sue the buyer for liquidated damages, they would have to sign over the deed and hand it to a buyer who just told them that they don't want to buy the property anymore. And the buyer would have to accept it, because when does the transfer of ownership take place? Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself, right? If you're a buyer and you don't want the property, why would you accept the deed from the seller? You got to be a moron. What do you think? They're just going to give it to you? So now they handed you the deed, you accepted it, and now the seller goes, ooh, you're now the owner. Now you got to pay me for that property that you just took ownership of. Okay? I'm trying to dumb things down a little bit so it makes it real easy to understand. I hope that makes it very easy to understand the way I explained it in that little story scenario, because it is really that simple. Got it?
What if this happens? Well,
got it.
I'm not gonna say if someone doesn't know, but the way that story kind of went is like, if I come to you and say, hey, Victor, here's this, here's the deed to my house, and you take it in your hand and you say, oh, okay. Did I just give you my house?
Well, keep in mind what had to happen first. You had to say, I'm backing out of this offer. I'm not buying this property. I don't want this property. I changed my mind. I don't want this property. The seller's like, well, here's the deed. Here's the ownership. And you're like, okay, I'll take it. And the seller's like, well, now you got to pay me for it if you took it.
Okay.
Right? I mean, if you didn't want that property, you shouldn't be accepting any paperwork from the buyer or from the seller. You should be like, I ain't buying this property. I just told you I backed out. Now, of course, there could be consequences for that buyer, right? We're going over those consequences right now. The seller can sue for compensatory damages, forcing the buyer to pay them. That's the last one, right? So these are the options. If the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? Well, they could declare the contract forfeited, but and collect their liquidated damages if there was a liquidated damage agreement to begin with. But if there wasn't, that point is moot. The seller can rescind the contract as if it were never made, but that would require them to return all the deposit money to the buyer. The seller can hand over the ownership and then chase after them for payment, because now they have to get paid for the property that they just gave them. Or the seller can sue the buyer, forcing them to pay them compensation for their breach of contract. All right. So, but we're not involved in any of that. We're not suing anybody. We just need to understand what could go on, what could consequences be in the event that someone does breach contracts. Okay. Sometimes people may ask us those questions. They say, well, these are the possibilities. These are the options, okay? Now, statute of limitations, what does that term mean? It's a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. A time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. There's a 6-year period that applies for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. There is a 10-year statute of limitations for lawsuits to recover real property in New Jersey. So if you want to regain the ownership of that property, you have 10 years. Let me ask you guys a question. How long do brokers need to keep all records for, all documents for?
6 years.
Isn't that a coincidence? What's the statute of limitations for most lawsuits for contracts and such?
6 years.
You think that's a coincidence?
No.
Because if anybody ever sues, this is a way for them to request that original paperwork. Because we got to keep it for 6 years. All right. If they want to recover the real property, what's the statute of limitations in New Jersey?
10 years.
10 years. All right. I don't know if you need to know these for state exam, but for school exam. All right. So go down to the bottom of the page under statute of limitations and highlight statute of limitations. 6-year period applies to contracts, mortgages, and cases of fraud. Lawsuits to recover property have a 10-year statute of limitations in New Jersey. Remember, we are studying for 2 exams. All right. A lot of this stuff we're going to be going over is just a recap over things we've already learned in previous chapters. But That means we should be able to get to it kind of quicker. Okay. What kind of properties can licensees prepare contracts for? 1 to 4 families and single residential lots, right? Attorneys prepare the contracts for all commercial property, and anything over 4 families considered commercial. What we do is we don't actually write contracts from scratch. Those contracts are already prepared. We just have to fill in the blanks. Of these contracts that were already prepared by attorneys. Okay. What needs to be the cover page sitting on top of any contract prepared by licensees?
CIS.
CIS you give to them way before they sign contracts. So first
The
document.
general,
The
the
lab.
general.
Memorandum.
Yeah,
Attorney General's
yeah.
memorandum is the document that you give to owners at the time you get a listing. You only got to give it to owners. When you're preparing the contract to purchase, what needs to be the cover page is the opinion 26 notice, the notice. What is the purpose of the opinion 26 notice? It tells people that they have the right to hire a lawyer. And then underneath that, let me see. Let's first highlight under preparation of contracts used in the real estate business. Under preparation of documents, we're going to highlight New Jersey law allows brokers and their agents to complete residential leases and standard approved sales contracts, because we're not writing them from scratch. They're already approved sales contracts for 1 to 4 family residences and single lots. That's all we're highlighting, but let's read the rest of it still and probably put an asterisk next to the rest of it. To avoid the unauthorized practice of law, brokers and their salespeople may not draft commercial leases, option agreements, sales contracts on tracts of land, that's multiple lots, or commercial property or industrial properties. They need to be drawn up by attorneys. Now, New Jersey requirements. It says all offers, contracts, or leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the firm has with respect to the parties named in the document. Highlight that. That sounds like wording that you may see on an exam. What are they talking about there? What does that mean? Look, every document that we have, we got to disclose our agency relationship. Look at this opinion 26 notice, the cover page. It has to be set as on top of any contract prepared by licensees. This opinion 26 notice, what is number 1? What is this doing? What is this? Number 1. This is a disclosure of your business relationships. That's what they're talking about here. Any offers, contracts, or leases prepared by licensees must indicate the business relationship the party would. As a real estate broker, I am representing who? Okay, that says it on the opinion 26 notice, which is the cover page of the contract. But in the actual contract itself on line number 550. Okay, so let's go to line number 550 in this contract. You see these line numbers on the contract along the left-hand side here? Let's go to line 550. There we go. 550 to 556-ish around here. There we go, 57. What is this? This is a disclosure of agency relationships. There, section 29. There we go, section 29. Section 29 of the contract says declaration of business relationships. You got to put down your brokerage name here, your license number. You got to put down what agents, who you're representing in this transaction. If you're working with the buyer, you're the one that's writing this contract. The buyer's agent's the one who prepares the contract. So you're going to check off buyer's agent. And then if you're not the listing company too, you have to fill out the information for the other agency that's preparing the contract and fill out their information here. And then select, are they working as the seller's agent or are they a transaction broker with that seller? Okay. Broker's information, okay, I'm not going to keep going off on that. Okay, but so this is where it actually says it. It's written in the contract itself, the declaration of business relationships. I just want to show you what it looks like, what they're talking about there. So you must indicate the business relationship with the parties with respect named in the document. See, I have that written here. It's on page 184, section 29 of the contract, line 550 to 5, it's actually 550 to 557 there. Put that there, 550 to 557. And what does it say? It says, as required by 11:5-6.9. What is 11:5?
The real estate laws, like the code, administrative code.
It's the administrative code. That's not the law. Those are the rules and
Yeah,
regulations
the
of the
rules.
real estate commission, right?
Yeah.
Just as enforceable as the law. However, they call it the administrative code.
Yeah.
Okay. And what needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees is the opinion 26 notice.
26.
That informs people that they have the right to have an attorney review that contract and make any changes to it or cancel it. All right. That can be found on page 174, or like I just showed it to you a moment ago as the cover page, right? Then it says attached to the proposed contract of sale as a cover page must be the notice in the book here. Let's highlight that line. It's just like I have it here in a slideshow. Highlight attached to proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the notice. And right above that, opinion 26 notice, page 174. Or Kate, you'll have a different page number. Opinion 26
Where
notice.
are we highlighting that?
Under New Jersey requirements, second paragraph, first line, attached to proposed contract of sale as the cover page must be the notice. The book simply refers to it as the notice because it simply says the notice on the actual contract itself. So yeah, it says notice. That's why the book simply refers to it as the notice. However, this is the opinion 26 notice. So in the book, you're going to write opinion 26 notice above where it says notice. Then the next paragraph, we're going to highlight New Jersey law also requires the following language appear exactly in this form at the top of the first page of the sales contract. And then write the page number for the first page of the contract, which is a couple pages away. It'll be page 175. Kate, for you, it'll be a couple pages away. Page 175 for version 14 book. And that will look like this. What's the cover here? Here is the cover page of the, I'm sorry, here's the first page of the actual contract. What does it say at the top of the page here under the New Jersey logos, the Realtor logo?
This is a legally binding contract.
So go to page 175 or the first page of the sales contract and highlight that. This is a legally binding contract. I mean, it has this whole paragraph written here. However, they're not going to give that whole paragraph as an answer option on exams. Hint, hint. They're just going to say, this is a legally binding contract. So I want you to go to the actual contract on page 175 and highlight that line there just below the New Jersey Realtors logo. Or highlight the whole paragraph even. This is a legally binding contract that advises you that the contract will be legally binding after you sign it. Changes can only be made by your attorney, so you got to do that attorney review. Contract becomes legally binding within 3 days unless you do attorney review. All right. Everybody back to 172. So where it says it here in the book on page 172, we're just going to highlight this is a legally binding contract portion. But we're going to put a box with our pen around that whole section that says the first sentence that says New Jersey also requires the following language appear exactly in this form at the top of the first page of the sales contract, and that whole paragraph beneath it that's actually all the whole paragraph that's written at the top of the first page of the contract. You see it in all capital letters. We're going to put a box around all that, kind of like I did right here. And I just highlighted the words, this is a legally binding contract. All right. Okay, underneath that, it says attorney review. And it gives you the 1, 2, 3 numbered list there under attorney review title, right? I want you just to highlight the title in the book, attorney review. And I take my pen and I put a box around the three numbers, which 1, 2, 3, the 3 steps, the 3 parts of attorney review. It says how attorney review works. Okay, and this slide I have up here on screen also shows you how attorney review works, okay? Most states do not use attorneys in a real estate transaction unless there's a problem. However, in New Jersey, at least the north central part of Jersey, we do here. South part of Jersey, they do as well, more nowadays, but they still find agents that don't. So, attorney review process works like this. Both parties sign a contract. Then you immediately have to give them a duplicate original, right? What's a duplicate original?
Another original.
Another original contract, right? And then we start counting time from that date. You count 3 business days. You don't count weekends or legal holidays. So counting of time starts. Remember that on top of the first page of the contract, it says this contract becomes legally binding within 3 days, right? Well, it's 3 business days. So that 3 business days amount, by the way, can be extended or temporarily halted. Attorney review can be halted or extended by the attorneys or both sides if they agree to it. Okay, so counting of time doesn't include weekends or legal holidays. To begin attorney review, to make modifications or cancel the contract. Otherwise, it becomes legally binding as it's written. And nobody can make changes without the other side's approval. Now, so what happens is after the contract signed by both parties, each person's given a duplicate original of the contract. Now we start counting time. Now, when it goes to attorneys, now we're going to send the contracts to both sides' attorneys. one of the attorneys is going to start the review process. It says they're going to start it by sending out a notice of disapproval along with their, hey, we're in receipt of your contract for 123 Main Street. However, we disapprove of the contract in its current format. But pending this laundry list of attached proposed changes that we have here, we can conclude attorney review and that attorney will sign off. So they'll have a bunch of, they don't like the wording that we by stock use. So they like to add wording or change wording sometimes in the contracts. And they will do that in a notice of disapproval. And then they'll sign off on it. And then they'll send it to the other attorney. Now that other attorney has how long to respond to them? They have 3 more days, okay, business days. So attorney review is not necessarily 3 days. It's just that each party has 3 days to acknowledge the other. Otherwise, the contract becomes binding as it is. So as long as those attorneys keep going back and forth with each other, but they could also lengthen that 3-day period to 5 days, or they could put a halt to it, you know. There's a lot of things they could do as long as both sides agree. So when both parties finally agree to all the wording that's to be in the contract, it's said that they've come to a meeting of the minds. All right, what is that? That means that both parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract. They're understanding and aware of all the terms of the contract. And now when they come to a meeting of the minds, it is said that they are now under contract. They're in a legally binding contract and out of attorney review now. So now, when it's out of attorney review and they're under contract, we as real estate agents, we now have to start worrying about a couple things. We got to look at the dates of when we said that they needed to get that second deposit money into the to the seller by. We need to order home inspections and the appraisal for the property and then go out and start doing those things. Now we're going to start doing what the contract requires the buyer to do when it's out of attorney review. At some point after the buyer does all those inspections and appraisals and they get past all that stuff, then the seller has some inspections to do too. Then they're going to be ordering the city inspections for the fire inspection and certificate of occupancy, because that's going to be needed. And later, towards the end of the transaction, a little bit later on, the buyer is going to have to also order a title search and survey of the property. And see, these are all the inspections that they need to do. And we need to notify the buyers that they also need to get homeowners insurance and to transfer the utilities into their name. Because if they don't transfer the utilities in their name, by calling up the utility company saying, hey, I'm buying this property, I need you to transfer the utilities in my name, and then give them the anticipated closing date on this date. This way they don't transfer it before then. Now, when the seller calls up to disconnect their utilities, they're not going to get disconnected. It's going to be automatically just transferred. So the buyer doesn't have to experience a blackout of not having any electricity or cable or gas or anything like that, or water, because they were shut off by the companies. They just get transferred into their name. See, we're being a good buyer's agent if we help them do that. Because if we don't, then the seller is just going to shut off the utilities, and the buyer's not going to be able to get them turned on for a couple days, or whenever they could get an appointment for somebody to come out there, that they're going to have to meet somebody from the water company. They're going to have to meet somebody from the gas company. They're going to have to meet somebody from, well, not necessarily meet somebody from the electrical, but they're going to have to wait a couple days for them to send out people to turn on these utilities. And then they're also going to have to pay a utility connection fee, which can be in the hundreds of dollars. We're saving them all that money and the inconvenience of delay by telling them to arrange for the transfer of the utilities. I'm teaching you guys how to be better agents. Come on.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right. So, and make sure that your clients know what it is that you're doing for them too, by the way. You're saving them that money. You're saving them that inconvenience. You're making this a smooth transfer. There's nothing wrong with bragging about how you're helping them, because if you don't tell them, they may be unaware of everything that you're doing and they take it for granted. Make sure they're aware of all the ways that you're helping them. Okay? There's nothing wrong with being a little braggadocious about those things, because otherwise they may be unaware of what it is how you're helping them. Because if they shut those utilities off, it could cost them a couple $100s to turn it back on. It could cost, and it costs them time, and time is money as well. You want to, if they have oil heat, you want to make sure that an oil company comes out there, if you're the seller's agent, and does a final meter reading. Because as a seller's agent, if it's oil heat, that seller probably paid to fill that oil tank, right? That tank has oil in it that has not been used yet that they already paid for. And that could be a lot of money sitting in that tank. So they should contact the oil company to come out and take a reading. How do they do that? They come out with a stick that's got some numbers on it. They put a stick in the oil tank and it tells them how many gallons of oil is left in there. And the buyer is going to have to pay the seller for the remaining oil that's in the tank. And how much are they going to pay them per gallon? Are they going to reimburse the seller whatever they paid for it? No. They pay for the oil for whatever the price it's going for on the day of closing. That's the way that works. So, okay, now with using the contracts, let's go in order here. I have to back up because this was a little bit out of order. The bottom of this slide, we have the federal requirement about lead hazard disclosures. We have that lead paint disclosure, the booklet, and a 10-day opportunity that we have to give to buyers to conduct inspections for any lead hazards in the home, right? So there's actually a federal requirement of a disclosure, not only on that separate form, but it's actually written into our contracts as well that states that they were giving that information. So next to where it says federal requirement, let me see, it's on page 178. Right, section 13. Line number 208, page 178. Kate, for you, it'll be a different page number, but it should still be line number 208, section 13 of the contract that discloses that. By the way, look at the first page of this contract, guys. Wait, are we on the contract or the slideshow? Here. Look at the first page of the contract. Every section of the contract is numbered and it tells you what it's about. So if you want to find a certain topic in the contract, you could just look at this table of contents. Look at section 13, lead paint or lead hazard based paint hazard, section 13, right? It's a quick way of finding it. And then you got to scroll down to try to find section. See, each section number is numbered. All right. Okay. Contract forms. These forms we don't write. They're already filled out, approved by created by attorneys. They're already approved by the Real Estate Commission for us to use. So it's a matter for us just to fill in the blank lines and don't leave any blank lines. If something does not apply to you, you're going to write N/A for not applicable on those lines. And at the bottom of every page, you got the buyer's initials and seller's initials. Make sure you do not leave any line blank on a contract. That's sloppy work. If you ever do work with a bank or a corporate relocation company, they're not going to do business with you anymore if you start filling out contracts and leaving blank lines. they consider it sloppy work. Okay. Listing agreements. We had listing agreements that we had filled out way before in advance. Buyer brokerage agreements we've gone over. You could write a cross-reference there to chapter 3 or page 40. Back in chapter 3, we had those exclusive buyer agency agreement. Transaction broker and dual agency agreements. We had that back in chapter 3 too on page 47. That disclosed dual agency agreement. In the book, they only had one of them listed there, but there's actually 4 types. One for a buyer, one for a seller, one for a tenant, one for a landlord. For that disclosed dual agency agreement, right? Turn the page. Here's the first page of the contract. In the book, on the page 174, actually, that's not the first page of the contract. It's the opinion 26 notice. Only it doesn't say opinion 26. It just says notice. I want you to write opinion 26 above that so that you guys actually know what that document is. Everybody following me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have the actual contract here. Before we fill out the contract, I'm going to go over filling out the contract with you, but before we do that, let's skip the contract. So pass over all the pages of the contract. Let's finish the chapter in the book and then do the key terms. And then we'll go back and I'm going to actually fill out a contract with you. Okay. So let's continue on with the slideshow for now. That's the actual contract. Okay. So after the contract, talks about offer acceptance, sales contract. Okay, is there any official name for the sales contract? There's no official name for the contract. It could go by many names. I don't have a slide for this. On the top of page 187, it says sales contracts. Just right next to it where it says sales contracts, no official name. Okay, it could go by many names. You could call it a sales contract. You could call it a purchase contract. Some people call it an offer to purchase, contract of purchase and sale, an earnest money agreement, binder and deposit receipt, and there's other variations of what it's been called before. There's no official name, so get over that. Next section, offer and acceptance. When is an offer considered accepted in contract negotiations?
When there's a meeting of the minds?
Yeah, when we come to a meeting of the minds, and we're in agreement on all those terms. But in negotiations, when is an offer considered accepted?
Produce a willing and able buyer.
No, we got a ready, willing, and able buyer.
Oh.
You made an offer on the property.
When the contract signed?
What's that?
When the contract signed?
No. It's a good practice to get it signed, but in contract negotiations, an offer is not considered accepted until the parties have just been notified that the offer has been accepted. I'm trying to find, maybe I had a slide on this. Excuse me. Okay, here we go, contract. Okay, so I was too far. Okay, so sales contracts have no official name. Then the next section for offer and acceptance, the meeting of the minds. In contract negotiations, an offer is considered accepted once the person who made the offer, the last person who made the offer, has been notified that their offer had been accepted. Because look, contract negotiations is this. The buyer makes an offer to a seller. What can the seller do now? What are their options?
Accept it or reject it, or like give them a counter offer?
Accept it, reject it, or counter it, or ignore it. I wouldn't suggest that option though. I wouldn't just reject it either. You got an offer. You did so much to get that offer, advertising and marketing that property. So you're better off counter offering, even though sometimes sellers get insulted because the offer is so low, right? Well, you know what? That's all right. We got an interested party who put an offer in writing. Let's negotiate. You know, some cultures refuse to give you your asking price. In some cultures, you see a lot of different Asian cultures. They're used to like marketplace and negotiating, you know? So it's very common. It's a cultural thing, you know? They like to negotiate. It's what they do, okay? Don't be insulted by it. That's why people hire us to help them market their property, because it's not just marketing. We also help them in negotiations. They may be getting insulted because an offer is so low. We should be like, listen, you should be happy that they're making an offer and putting it in writing. Don't get insulted. We have options. You don't got to get insulted. Let's do this. This is a business. Let's keep cooler heads prevail. I'm going to keep this a business transaction because I'm a businessman. So what I'm going to do is we're going to make a counter offer to their offer because we didn't like their offer. It was too low. So let's counter them. All right. So when you make a counter offer, what is a counter offer? In essence, it's a rejection of the offer that the buyer made, right? You're rejecting their offer and you're making another offer back to them. But essentially, you rejected their offer. So at this point, what can the buyer do? Are they bound to that contract anymore that they made for that offer?
Right. No.
No. So at this point, the buyer is free to walk away because you rejected their offer. Or they can accept your counter offer, or
they can counter.
They can make another counter offer back to you. And you could keep going back and forth, making counter offers back and forth to each other, right? Whenever an offer is now accepted by one party, when is that offer considered accepted though? Simply when the party who accepted it notifies the other side that it's been accepted. It doesn't need to be in writing. It doesn't need to be signed. You could just have your agent tell them, we accepted the last offer that came in. And legally, your offer is considered accepted. However, try proving that legally. That's why it's always a good practice now to getting them to sign that final offer of the contract with all those amended changes to it and getting them signing it. Now you have a fully executed offer with those changes on it. Everybody initialed next to the changes, right? But for exam purposes only. In real practice, that's what you're going to do. But on exam, technically speaking, when is an offer considered in contract negotiations? When is an offer considered accepted?
When both sides are notified.
When the last person who made the offer has been notified that it's of its acceptance. That's the right answer if you see it on exam. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so because I explained all that, I didn't have to read all that to you. Under the section of offer and acceptance, in version 14 book, it's on page 188. We're going to highlight the first sentence there that says, an offer is not considered accepted until the person making the last offer has been notified of the other party's acceptance. In version 13 book, I think it's towards the bottom of the page. All right. And I want you to write above it or below it, depending on your version of the book where you have the room to do it. On version 14 book, you have room above it, what you just highlighted. I want you to write delivery and acceptance and signatures are not required but recommended. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures. Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended. That's the better understanding of the process for exams. See, if you were to put it in practice in real life, if I simply notify the other party, hey, their offer's been accepted, how are you starting attorney review? Attorneys need to have something in writing that they could be reviewing, those amended changes that you finally agreed on. The other party can simply, my side can just simply change their mind later on and then still accept another offer. But look, even when it goes to attorney review, even if we have it in writing and it goes to attorney review, up until it gets out of attorney review and you're in a legally binding contract, the parties can cancel, either party can cancel the contract without even needing a reason to. Neither party's in breach of contract. You can't be in breach of contract because you're not in the legally binding contract yet. That's not until you're out of attorney review and you've come to a meeting of the minds, right? Okay. So everybody done writing that? Delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required but recommended?
Right.
All right. Just like I have heard, delivery, acceptance, and signatures are not required for an offer to be considered accepted, but recommended. All right. Now, an earnest money deposit. Just below that, the next section says they talks about earnest money deposits, sometimes referred to as a good faith deposit. It's a customary when a buyer makes an offer on a property to include a minimum $1,000 good faith deposit when making an offer to purchase. It shows that the buyers have good intentions, good and serious intent on proceeding and following through with the purchase. Because if they don't, then the seller can try to make a claim against that money. However, if the offer is simply rejected, that good faith deposit money goes right back. It's immediately returned to that would-be buyer. Okay. Is an offer valid if it's not accompanied by a good faith deposit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. See the second bullet point that I put here on the slide? The contract's still valid if no good faith deposit was made. However, if you guys have a client that's making an offer on one of my listings, I'm going to be whispering in my client's ears, don't accept any offer that's not accompanied by a minimum $1,000 good faith deposit. They're asking you to take your property off the market without giving you anything in exchange. They could be making an offer on 10 different properties, throwing offers at the wall and seeing what sticks, and then just walk away from the other ones because there's no consequences. They don't got no skin in the game. They didn't put any money down, showing that they're operating in good faith. If they're putting offers in on 10 different properties, are they operating in good faith when they make that offer?
Yes.
They are?
No,
Unless
no,
you-
not unless they.
Unless you intend to buy all 10 properties, you're not operating in good faith. You're telling the seller, here's an offer we're making. We want you to accept the offer and take your property off the market. If you're making an offer on 10 properties, unless you plan on purchasing all 10 of them properties, you're not operating in good faith. Right? So by accompanying it by $1,000 good, at minimum, good faith deposit, that shows me your serious intention. Right? So If the offer is rejected, the money is returned to that buyer. If the offer is accepted, then that money should already be in your broker's escrow account, or it could be given to the attorneys and put into either party's attorney's escrow account. Okay. Brokers, once that money's in that escrow account, unless the offer has been rejected, they cannot release those funds back to the buyer or anybody else unless both parties agree to where those funds are going to be released to. That's the broker's responsibility of safeguarding the money. If the parties, both parties, for instance, if an offer goes through and the contract falls apart, do we just report, do we return the money to the buyer?
If the contract falls apart?
Yep. The offer's accepted, but then some,
yeah,
but then it falls apart.
Yeah, you can release the money back to the buyer. Yeah.
Not until we get a letter from the seller's side that's giving us the okay to.
Okay.
Because the seller's side may say, wait a minute, it fell apart because the buyers breached the contract. We want to make a claim against their deposit money so that we keep it. Can me as a broker make that decision that, oh no, I'm going to give it back to the buyer anyway?
No,
Yeah.
not without power of attorney.
So I need that written information. I need the other party's approval that it's okay to release the funds back to the buyer. If I don't get that approval, the only time that I can release the funds otherwise is until both parties agree to who to release it to, or I could release it to a court and a judge can make the decision who's going to get it. That's the record keeping requirements of brokers. They have to safeguard those funds that are in the escrow account like that. All right, so they say it's under earnest money deposit. I'm going to read now. It's customary but not essential for a purchaser to provide a cash deposit or a check when making an offer to purchase the real estate. The deposit is commonly referred to as an earnest money or good faith deposit. Gives evidence of the buyer's intention to carry out the terms of the contract. It shows they're operating in good faith. Now, the deposits given to the broker and the sales contract typically provides, if it was written in there, that the broker or seller's attorney holds the deposit until closing. If the offer is not accepted, the earnest money deposits return to the would-be buyer immediately. That's if the offer is rejected. The amount of the deposit's a matter to be agreed upon by the parties, and generally the deposit should be sufficient enough to discourage the buyer from defaulting and to compensate the seller for taking their property off the market and to cover any expenses the seller may have incurred if the buyer does default. So a purchase offer with no earnest money, however, is still valid. Highlight, most contracts provide that I don't know about the word most, maybe we should just highlight, contracts provide that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. They would have to write that in there. It does not automatically say that. It doesn't say that. You could show me anywhere in the contract. Where does it say that? Liquidated damages. Let's take a look at the latest contract. Maybe it does. You guys see anything in here that says liquidated damages or an event of default? Purchase price, matter of payment, sufficient assets, accurate disclosure, selling, dates, times for performance. No, that's for completing tasks. Bum, bum, bum. Maybe risk of loss, perhaps. Maybe that's it. We'll take a look at that, section 24. Failure of buyer seller to close. Okay, that would probably be it. 27. Failure of buyer. Okay, so we'll look at section 24 and 27. I don't see anything else there for default, do you? So section 24 and 27, let's go down and take a look. Let's actually look at the contract. Section 24. Risk of loss, the loss, damage of the property. Now that's if the property burns down. Okay, let's look at 27. Failure of buyer or seller to close the contracts. Buyer then may commence a legal or equitable action to which the buyer may be entitled. If buyer fails to close title in accordance with the contract, seller then may commence an action for damages if suffered. In that case, and in such case, the deposit monies paid on account of the purchase price shall be applied against such damages. Okay, it does not say that the seller gets to keep the money automatically. It says that the seller can make a claim. Basically, they need to sue the buyer. And if they win, then the deposit money gets just transferred over to that seller. It doesn't say it's automatically given to them. All right. Okay, so as liquidated damages. Okay, so earnest money, highlight, earnest money must be deposited by a broker within 5 days in the special trust or escrow account. We went over this in chapter 3, right? This money cannot be commingled or mixed with the broker's personal funds. What do we call that when that happens? When they mix the money?
Commingling.
Commingling. Anything wrong with it?
Yeah.
They just told you, yeah, you can't do it. It's illegal. This money cannot be commingled or mixed with the broker's personal funds. And a broker may not use such funds for personal use. It's an illegal act known as conversion. Why do they call it conversion, do you suppose? Well, let's see. If the broker is spending your money, then that must mean they're converting it to theirs, acting like it's theirs. So conversion. When the broker converts your money to theirs, conversion, right? And then let's go down to the last paragraph. We're going to highlight any cash deposit of $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS. If somebody gives us cash, that is. All right.
I'm sorry, where we at? I don't see that.
Under earnest money deposits, the very last line. Any cash deposit above parts of a sales contract, below the last paragraph under earnest money deposit. Any cash deposit, $10,000 or more, got to be reported to the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. And then they give you a laundry list of, there's a bulleted list here about parts of the sales contract. It's a lot of these items here that you see here on the slideshow in front of you. Contract has to be in writing, got to be competent parties, agreement to buy and sell, adequate description, consideration has to be stated in the contract. There's some kind of grantor's agreement to convey, place and time of closing has to be listed in the contract, signature of the parties with initials on every page. Some of the non-essential parts of a valid contract would be things such as encumbrances to which a deed will be made subject to, because what if there aren't any? The earnest money deposit, it's not required. Mortgage financing, the buyer plans to obtain, what if they're buying cash? So it's not required. But there is a section like that in the contract. So if it's not going to be, if you got a cash buyer, you would have to cross out that section and then initial next to it. Okay. Possession by the buyer. When can the buyer take possession? At close or at some other date? Information about title evidence, that's not required. They're not essential, but these are things that we do have as sections within our contracts. Prorations and adjustments, we'll talk about them later. Who gets a credit at closing and for what? That's going to be at the last chapter of the book. There's a section in the contract. We have all these issues are discussed in the contracts that we use that I just showed you. That talk about what if the property burns down or something happens while we're under contract, you know. default by either party. Final walkthrough. When is that going to get taken care of?
The day of
Day of closing.
Yeah. And listing any contingencies. Oh, what is a contingency? It's a happening on which the contract is dependent on. Sometimes they refer to it as the subject to clause. Purchasing this property is subject to me as the buyer selling my current home, or the landlord releasing me from my lease, or subject to me purchasing it at the end of my lease term. Subject to me being able to get a mortgage, the mortgage contingency clause. Subject to, if you have family members that are helping you with money to buy the house, subject to my family members walking through the home and giving their approval. See, something like that, I would suggest not adding to the contract. I would suggest getting all those family members through the house before you ever make the offer. So how would you know about that?
It'd be listed? What do you mean?
If you had to, if family members were helping the buyer purchase the property.
Oh, they would have to tell us, right?
They would have to tell us.
Yeah.
You would have to ask, because sometimes they don't tell. Now, listen, I'm going to give you a little tip here. Anybody can have family members that help them with the down payment money, closing cost, or money to buy the house if they're buying it cash. Okay. You guys got to probe and ask them those questions. Where are you getting the money from? If you're buying cash, where are you getting the money from? Is anybody else helping you with the purchase? You should ask everybody that. But I'm going to give you a little tip here. If they're from an Indian background, Indian descent, I suggest you always ask, because it is very common in the, at least I've seen it a lot more common than any other culture, where among Indian families, they tend to help each other as a family unit, even with extended family, a lot more than everybody else that I've come across in any other culture. They tend to help each other a lot with money to purchase the homes. Okay. But the problem is, all those relatives that may be kicking in, you could get cousins and distant uncles that are helping with the money, kick in money for this relative to buy a house. But they want to walk through the house first to give their approval that the house is okay for you to buy. Now that could be a problem, because you could be getting a lot of people that need to get through that house first now. You need to be aware of that. And by asking the question, you would be aware of it. If they didn't volunteer that information up to you, you would have to ask them by probing and asking. So I suggest you ask them, where are you guys getting the money for this? Do you have the money? Are you having relatives helping you out? Is this purchase subject to, your relatives walking through the house and giving their approval? If that's the case, don't make the offer until you get the relatives to walk through the house. I've had a situation once where I had 3 carloads of family members that needed to get in there. So I was like, listen, I'm not writing all these people's names down on this contract, that this contract, the buyer can back out of the contract unless this laundry list of people give their approval. Let's get them through the house first and make sure they're okay with it. And then we don't got to write any of that down. You want to submit contracts, offers that are as contingency free as possible. Because the more contingencies you add to a contract, the less desirable your offer is, especially if another offer comes in. You want to accept an offer where 20 other people can say they could back out of the contract, or another one where nobody does?
The easier one.
The easier one, where nobody is. All right. So you want to submit offers as contingency as free as possible. So I went and I got those 3 carloads of people to go through the house. And then there were still 2 family members, an aunt and uncle that lived in Canada, that were driving down to take a look at the house. So we had to give it a couple days. So it's easier, instead of me writing those 20 people's names in there, I just wrote 2 people's names as a contingency, that these people were helping with the money to purchase the house. So, but they needed to give their approval, and they were driving down from Canada. I actually wrote this all in the contract. These 2 other relatives are helping with the money to purchase the property, and they needed to give their approval, and they're driving down from Canada. So the purchase is subject to their approval.
Contingency, right?
That's a contingency. If they don't give their approval, does the buyer have to go through with the contract? No. And now they
No.
can back out and not be in breach of contract. But if I never wrote that in there and they drove down and they were like, oh, absolutely not, and they're not giving their money to help with it, if the buyer backs out for that reason, and we never disclose that being a reason, they're in breach of contract. So we have to protect our clients by asking those questions. We need to be aware of certain things like that. Okay. Now, like I told you, anybody from any culture can help their kids out or help their relatives out. But I'm just telling you, and I found it unbelievably so that Indian families help each other out way more than any other culture I've ever seen. All right. So ask. You should ask everybody, but especially if your clients are Indian. Okay. Signatures of witnesses are not also valid for a contract. If we look at the last page of the purchase contract, go back a page and you can see the last page of the purchase contract. You see the signature lines? Here, let me put it up on screen instead. You don't got to worry about that. Here, I'll just scroll down all the way down to the last page of the purchase contract. Okay. You guys see this? Yeah, what the hell's that? Oh, wrong thing. All right, here's the last page of the purchase contract. Buyer signatures, seller signatures, and they date. You see over here is the witness signature.
Yeah.
If no witness signs over here, is that contract still valid?
No.
It is. Witness's signature is not an essential element for a valid contract.
Oh, okay.
And you know who the witness usually is anyway?
Us.
The realtor.
realtor.
It's you. Yeah. Because you're the one that's having them sign. You're like, sign here, initial there. You're the witness. Unless you're emailing it to them or faxing it to them somewhere to sign, right? But even if you don't sign, that contract's still valid. But listen, I always sign the contracts with my clients. I'm like, all right, let me see. Did you sign here? You sign there? You sign there? Okay, everything's good. Okay, now let me put my John Hancock there. Make it all official. When really my signature don't mean squat. But you know, hey, you got to play the role a little bit, right? Make yourself seem a little more important. Why not?
Right.
Right. All right. Signatures, contingencies. Okay, so the last section under parts of a sales contract, there is underneath the last bullet point, there's a line I want you to highlight that says the signature of a witness is not essential for a valid contract. And that's what I just showed you, where the witness signature goes. Just highlight that. The signature of a witness is not essential, because sometimes that is a question on exam. Now, if the property was built prior to 1978, we had to give them that, what do we have to give to the buyers?
The asbestos form, oh my goodness.
Not asbestos.
No?
Not asbestos, lead. Lead paint
Lead,
disclosure,
yes, lead.
the booklet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection, right? So,
yeah.
All right, so it says contingencies here. We have a section here on contingencies. Now, I got a slideshow in front of us about contingencies. Well, we're going to highlight the first sentence under contingencies that says, when the purchaser intends to secure an FHA or VA loan. I know we didn't go over types of loans yet, but when we go over when the purchaser intends to secure an FHA or VA loan, special clauses must be included in the sales contract that provides that the contract may be voided if the property appraises below the purchase price. All right, so this is always exam questions, school exam, state exam. What is the purpose of the special contingency? Look at the slideshow even. What is the purpose of that special contingency clause that has to be added into contracts whenever the buyer is using financing from the FHA or VA? What is the purpose of that clause? What does it state?
That if it's not below a certain amount or,
Here, just read it. Look. If the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty.
yeah.
Okay? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, any approvals from family members? By the way, that special contingency clause purpose, you need to know that will be an exam question always. Approval from family members, I talked about that. Purchase is subject to the sale of the buyer's current home or their lease ending. Okay. Now, if I put a contingency in the contract that my buyer, I hate that. Don't ever say my buyer, the buyer. Okay. We're business people. They're not my buyer. It's the buyer that we're representing. Okay. The buyer that we're representing in this transaction is purchasing the property, but the purchase is subject to the sale of their current home because most people cannot afford a mortgage on 2 houses. Would you agree that?
Yeah, most people.
Yeah, most people can't afford making mortgage payments on 2 houses. Some people have trouble paying a mortgage on 1 house, let alone 2, right? So we need to put, if you own a house that you have not sold yet, and you're making an offer on another one, we need to put a contingency clause, a buyer's contingency clause in there that says this purchase is subject to the sale of the buyer's current home at, and then put the buyer's home address, contingent on the sale of the buyer's current home, and put their address there. And then also give a little bit more information. Is that property even on the market for sale? Is it under contract? Does it have an anticipated closing date? Add that information into the contract there, okay? It's subject to the buyer's sale of their current home at 123 Main Street, which is currently under contract and scheduled with an anticipated closing date of blah, blah, blah. Now you put that in as a contingency. So if their transaction falls apart for whatever reason, and they have to cancel this contract, would they be in breach of contract? No, because they put it in there as a contingency. But if you don't write that in there as a contingency and you use that as the excuse later to back out of this one, I can't go through with the purchase because I didn't sell my current home. Well, you never told us about this. So you're in breach of contract with us. What does your sale of your home, another property you own, have to do with this purchase? Right? We have to make that have something to do with it by putting in the subject to clause. That's a contingency. Now, if I am the seller and you are the buyer and you make an offer to purchase my house subject to the sale of your current home, that means what? I got to wait around for your house to sell?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Is there something I could do about that? Yes. I could ask my real estate agent to add what we call an escape, kick out, or knockout clause. It goes by any of those 3 terms. It's the same thing. It's just called 3 different things. Escape clause, kick out clause, or knockout clause. It protects the seller in the event the buyer is doing that. They're making the purchase subject to the sale of their current home. It would say this in it. An escape clause says this: buyer will accept your offer with your contingency of the sale of your current home on the condition that you allow us to continue marketing our home for sale. We'll accept your offer if you allow us to continue marketing our home for sale. So we're going to keep it on the market in active status. And in the event that we get a buyer, another buyer that puts an offer in writing that's acceptable to us, before we accept that offer, we're going to come back to you and ask you to, if you are able now, to remove the contingency of the sale of your current home. And if you don't, and you can't, then we could cancel the contract with you so that we could accept the other one and not be in breach of contract. That's what the escape clause is. So who does the escape clause protect?
Seller.
The seller. And I just explained to you the scenario, the situation of when. So let's highlight in the second paragraph. You see that line that has the word contingency in bold? It's just above where it says escape clause in bold. That sentence with the word escape clause in it, we're going to highlight. Where the purchaser has another home that they must sell, that must be sold first, the seller may insist on an escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause. And then it goes on to explain what that is. If you want to highlight it, you could highlight the rest of that sentence, the next sentence as well, which goes on to explain everything that how I explained it to you. Okay. But I want you to write in the margin next to that, protects the seller. You need to know who does the escape, kick out, or knockout clause protect in a real estate transaction? The seller.
Seller.
Mm-hmm. And then last thing, liquidated damages. We already had that highlighted. New Jersey has a plain language requirement that says that all contracts to purchase real estate in New Jersey have to use plain language. It's used in the everyday English language. It doesn't have a separate legalese meaning to it. But check this out. They made it just a little sentence here in this version of the book. Previous versions, they have longer paragraphs, and one older version had a whole page written dedicated to this. That only applies to properties that are valued under $50,000. So I guess you could ignore that one.
That's funny.
Rescission of contract. What does the word rescission mean?
Take it back, rescind.
Yep. So we know, I gave you that one slide about all the different rescission periods. I think I even have it in this somewhere. Oh, here, I added it to this slideshow as well for this chapter. Let's highlight the second paragraph under rescission of a contract that says, borrowers who change their minds about a mortgage loan have 3 days in which to cancel the contract if the mortgage is for refinancing of presently owned property. No right of rescission, however, applies to mortgage loans used for the purchase of real estate. And what's another word, what's another term for mortgage loans, the category of loans that are used to purchase?
Lien. Lien?
No, it's purchase money mortgage.
Oh.
So right underneath that, purchase money mortgage. So there's no right of rescission for purchase money mortgages, but for refinancing, 3 days. You see down the bottom of this slide? All right. If you guys want to finish this out, we got a couple more, we're done with our time here. Do you want to finish this out? A couple more minutes, or you guys want to end this now and finish tomorrow?
I have to log off. I have a meeting.
Yeah, can we finish tomorrow?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Finish tomorrow. So